when I thought I couldn't find my way out. Yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, way out. Yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can't mind the earth. Can't mind. God can't mind your energy. That's right.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. I'm your host, DJ Genesis, and I'm happy to bring this new series that we are starting. Thanks to my friend Laurel Burns. Thank you for being here. This was actually the brainchild of Laurel, and I want him to explain what is the concept behind precognosis. Let's go.
Okay, so again, like I don't even like to take credit for it, like because you was there in the birth of it, like us going back and forth and discussing divination and just the science behind it, because a lot of people don't look at it like it's a actual science, when in fact I believe it is. So what I did was I went into the lexicon and I put certain things together. So I'm gonna read to you what we're saying that precognosis is. It's the activity, the active practice or participation in a structured system of divination, typically involving measurements of ratios, percentages, or geometrical patterns to determine future outcomes. A predictive judgment formed by bridging intuitive foresight, precognition, and analytical evaluation. Prognosis, the act of diagnosing a condition, an event, or probability before physical or empirical evidence have manifest, often through interpretation of sacred symbols or mathematical frequencies. So that's pretty much the definition of precognosis. It comes from the Latin pre or pre, meaning before, and the Greek gnosis, meaning knowledge. So literally, we're talking about before knowing, precognition, pre-thinking, a forethought. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about the influenced by the clinical term prognosis and the parapsychological term precognition. And so, example, a priestess performed a precognosis of the harvest, calculating the 3-to-1 ratio in favor of abundance based on the cast of shells. And again, that's the priestess casting shells using the divination system to determine if the harvest is going to be good or not. You see what I'm saying? By analyzing a geometric alignment of stars, he provided a mathematical precognosis of the coming political shifts. And this is something that our ancestors have been doing for millennia, on top of millennia, using the stars, using the star formation and positions to calculate and determine earthly events, celestial events that's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? When you hear you ever heard of a farmer's alchemac? Alchemac, I think I'm saying it right. That's also a form of divination. It's also a form of divination. Using cycles, which is nothing but a set of numbers, a system of numbers, cycles to determine or to predict future outcomes, even though you don't have the evidence of that yet. So even using an almanac is akin to divination. All different type of things, numerology. I even say we could even take it as far as using slot machines and playing roulette at the casino. I'm saying those are also forms of divination. Playing craps at the craps table, a form of divination. Probabilities and ratios. You see what I'm saying? So it's most definitely a science to intuition, forethought, and whatnot. And I just think, if we spend more time trying to develop those skills, that those things could be an inherent ability in all humans.
Right. So when we talk about what really is divination, because people when they think of divination, the first thing they go into is, oh, that is witchcraft. Why do you think that? Why would you say that it is not witchcraft?
The reason why come I say it's not witchcraft is because usually when people use divination, they're not using divination to cause harm to somebody or anything like that. And the divination is not to manipulate uh, events. It's for you to have foresight, knowledge, and wisdom about events that are possibilities that may arrive. So whereas witchcraft, you're actually having intent in changing or manipulating outcomes. You know what I'm saying? Whether that be malicious or not. So I think that's the difference. Is its use, the use of it, the system itself, the divination system itself is not witchcraft because it's just a system. It's no different if you was using a calculator or if you was using a computer to simulate uh, probabilities in statistics, right? Statistics, like you want to use a computer to, and it's like you would have to deem the computer evil or the computer witchcraft when it's just a device, it's just a system. And the system can't be demonic. Now, people can be demonic, but the system can't. So, I don't look at divination as a tool of witchcraft. I think of it as a tool of methodological science. Science
You don't know.
methodology. That's
You
what.
realize that's also another form of divination is when you do the weather. What do they call it? The weather
Yeah,
forecast.
yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
It's a forecast. You're
Yeah,
getting a
they
forecast.
literally calling it a forecast, and they literally calling it a forecast, and that's how you know it's divination because they're giving you information, a possibility that may or may not come. Right now, does the weather always be what they say it's gonna be? Sometimes, but sometimes it's not. So it's
They
like
might
yeah,
say
sometimes
50% chance of rain. Well, that is using probability numbers and things like that to determine.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like so can we really look down?
So,
Can we
so
really
now
look
tell
down
me
on?
she says, so I'm coming in kind of late, basically for what I'm heard, white witch versus good witch. She's saying the system is witchcraft. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's witchcraft. The reason why is because you have divination also in ancient Hebrew, and it's not considered witchcraft. The Thummim are and the other thing, what was another thing they use? Casting lots.
They
Those
casting lots. They were casting lots.
listen. When the beginning of a football game starts, what do? They throw a penny up heads or tails. That's also divination. That's a form of divination. That
Yeah,
is
that's
why.
dividend.
Listen, let me tell you even deeper. Why is the referee wearing black and white stripes? That means yes or no, darkness, light, expansion, contraction, and that's why.
Thanks. Oh wow, I ain't never think about it like that. That's deep.
Yeah. So just in the beginning of a football game to determine who is going to play first or not, that's a divination method. It's just that you're taking that coin and throw it up. And what people don't even realize is that the majority of the forms of like divination were actually used to be at some point currency. So the cowrie shell was the first actual form of divination, and it was actually used in currency. So
I
it's,
would even go to say that the use of the Bible and the use of scriptures could also be a form of divination because you're using to determine future events, and y'all call it prophecy. And y'all call it prophecy, and I'm saying so. Without the book, would you have the prophecy? So the book is no different than the cowrie shells. It's no different than the tarot cards. It's no different than is any other divination system. You know what I'm saying? And let's keep it honest. The root word of divination is divine. It's divine. So like let's. I mean, we get off into like what divine is and what divine means. Oh, I mean, we can honestly say most of the people out here in the spiritual world don't even know what divinity is. They couldn't identify what divinity is if it was right in their face. They could not tell you what is divine. And this is the reason why I don't listen to most so-called spiritualists, because without a unified definition of what we're calling spirit, then we're just all kind of just talking over each other. We're just talking around each other. We're not coming to an actual consensus. So, whereas me, I'm gonna say that I believe that spirit is an electromagnetic phenomenon, right? That happens in all things, and I think soul. I think your soul is your electromagnetic response to your environment, your environmental stimuli. I think that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? Now people could get the trying to make up all type of metaphysical, you come up with all these things, but I'm like, without being able to readily define things, right? That's an issue. You know what I mean? And I mean, like even when even in the occult, right? You have to know what something is. You have to know the name of a thing in order to gain power over it. So without knowing the name and not without knowing the essence of a thing, the nature of a thing, it's kind of hard to like determine what it is. And so when you talk about divination, we most definitely have to bring up what is divine. And when you come, and divinity is rooted into what shines, what shine, what is shining, what is shining, what is that? You see what I'm saying? What is that comes from heaven, that comes from a God? What is God? Divinity. What is divinity? Divinity is that which shines. And that's how you know something that is from God, because it shines. Now, is that the God? We can't determine that for you. But
yeah, no, we don't worship divination. We don't worship.
No, you don't.
If you use AI, that's another form of divination. Believe it or not, But
every time you turn on your computer and you hop on this internet, you are using divination. They literally built the internet system off of Ifá, like literally. The system literally comes from Ifá. Without Ifá, there would be no internet. You see what I'm saying? So computers. So like even when you trying to be as righteous as you can be without using divination, you still use it because you're using modern technology, which uses the binary system, which is, guess what, divination.
So okay. Naphtali says the Most High God has rules, and by its standards, you guys are breaking the rules. Now let me explain this. And this is what I think, what I feel. Okay, you had a preacher class in the Bible that actually was allowed to use divination, and they were called the Levites. Okay, I, in my heart of hearts, really believe that a lot of the Levite priests were practicing Ifá. They were Ifá practitioners, as far as they were diviners and they knew how to do divination. Let me play this video right quick and to break this whole thing down. Let's go.
They called it primitive. They called it demonic. They called it witchcraft. But what they never called it was what it truly is: wisdom. African spirituality is not a superstition. It is not sorcery. It is not chaos. It is a system, a science, a sacred order that has guided millions for generations, long before colonizers brought their gods and their guns. This is the truth they buried, but today we unearth it. Welcome to Echoes of Africa, and today we're reclaiming our roots. Before the Bible, before the Quran, Before European missionaries stepped foot on African soil, there were shrines, there were oracles, there were sacred forests and ancient chants echoing through the night. From the sands of the Sahel to the rivers of the Congo, Africans communed with the divine in ways that were both deeply spiritual and profoundly intellectual. Because African spirituality is not about fear, it is about balance. Let's begin with the Yoruba of Nigeria. Their spiritual system, known as Ifá, is one of the most complex and complete systems of thought in the world. Ifá is based on Olodumare, the supreme creator. But Olodumare does not work alone. He sends emissaries, called Orisha, forces of nature that guide the human spirit. Shango is the Orisha of thunder and justice. Oshun, goddess of rivers, fertility, and love. Ogun, the spirit of iron and war. Each Orisha is not just a deity, they represent a principle of life. Devotees don't just worship them, they understand them. They consult Ifá priests, called Babalawo, who use divination to decode spiritual messages using a sacred binary system that predates modern computing. This isn't witchcraft, this is cosmology. In Ghana, the Akan people recognize Nyame, the supreme being, but they also revere the Abasam, spiritual entities tied to rivers, trees, ancestors, and morality. In daily life, Akan's spirituality teaches ethical living, not out of fear of punishment, but from an understanding that the world is interconnected, that your actions echo through your family, your land, your future. That's not magic, that's philosophy. Travel to the Congo, and you'll meet the Bakongo, who speak of Nzambi Mpungu, the creator, and the Kalunga line, a cosmic boundary between the world of the living and the world of the spirits. They use the Dikenga, a cosmogram that maps the human life cycle, direction, time, and destiny. It is drawn as a circle with 4 points: birth, maturity, death, and rebirth. This isn't just art, it's spiritual geometry. You see, African spirituality doesn't separate the spiritual from the physical. It doesn't split the sacred from the secular. Everything is divine. Everything is energy. Everything is connected. So why did they call it witchcraft? Because it scared them. Colonizers and missionaries could not control a people whose power came from within, so they demonized it. They called ancestral veneration idolatry. They called sacred dances pagan. They called herbal knowledge black magic. But what they were truly doing was erasing memory, because memory is power. They replaced orishas with saints. They burned shrines. They renamed spirits as demons. They banned native languages in prayer. And then they gave you a new name, a new god, and a new shame. But African spirituality never died. It survived in the whispers of elders, in the rhythm of the drum, in the herbalist's hands, in the dreams of the gifted. And across oceans, it took root again. In Haiti, Vodou. In Brazil, Candomblé. In Cuba, Santeria. In the American South, Hoodoo. These weren't foreign religions. They were African belief systems in exile. Systems that adapted, merged, survived through chains across plantations, under threat of death. That's not witchcraft. That's resilience. Today, young Africans are asking questions again. They're going back to the roots, not to reject their modern faith, but to understand where they came from. To find meaning not in what was imposed, but in what was forgotten. And what they are discovering is profound. That African spirituality is holistic. It includes the land, the body, the ancestors, and the future. Decentralized, no pope, no book, no empire, just elders, oral knowledge, and sacred practice. Practical, tied to healing, justice, birth, death, purpose. Symbolic, full of rich metaphors, sacred numbers, hidden meanings. Scientific, coded in patterns that mirror quantum thinking, systems theory, and deep psychology. This is not a call to abandon your current beliefs. It is a call to remember that your spiritual DNA is older than colonization, older than borders, older than the chains that tried to silence it. You are not cursed, you are not lost, you are not damned, you are divine. And your ancestors knew it. They didn't just look to the sky, They looked at the soil, to the rivers, to the wind, to the stars, and they saw spirit in everything. That is not witchcraft. That is wisdom. So the next time someone tells you African spirituality is evil, ask them, do you even know what you're talking about? Because we do, and we are done hiding it. This is
So I wanted to read this passage right here. So it says, dealing with ancient Hebrew divination practices. So I want to read this so people can understand that what African divination is. Some of African divination is actually kosher for Hebrew practices, and I'm going to show you why. It says the or the thummim, right? These were sacred lot casting objects kept in the breastplate of the high priest. While their exact physical form is unknown, they are likely stones or tablets used to determine God's guilt or innocence ruling or to guide military decisions. So right there, those are lots being cast just to prove a person's innocence or to give military decisions to their forces. Then they got the ephod, right? It says often associated with the Urim and the Thummim. The ephod was a priestly garment used as a medium for ocular consultation. So right there, you see they're using garments as the oracle, and this is divination. Then the last one is casting lots, which were widely accepted practices used to divide lands amongst tribes, select kings like Saul, or identify wrongdoers like in the story of Achan. Uh, it was believed that a random outcome was directly controlled by God. So they believe this is what ancient Hebrews believe. They believe that randomness belonged to God, was controlled by God. So when it comes to using cowrie shells or coins, right, to do your divination, nothing's actually wrong with that, right? Because none of those goes against their actual divination prohibitions, which is necromancy, which is the consulting the dead, right? Uh, then you got hepatopsy, which is examining the livers or sacrifice animals to predict the future. You know, like reading intestines and stuff like that. So, like that's illegal in Hebrew. Then you got astrology, reading the movement of stars as omens, although later in Jewish mysticism would be engaged more deeply. And then you got hydromancy, which is divining with like water or oil. So as long as you're not using those four different types of divination, then it's perfectly fine. You're not using the entrails of animals. You're not using the stars to determine omens and things like that. You're not using water or oil to scry, which is called scrying. You're not using scrying, and you're not consulting the dead, right? So when I don't know, like, so you might want to look into West African divination systems because they don't violate Hebrew laws. So I mean, that might be something to look into.
And so, Naphtali, did you want to come up and ask a question, or like, or to make a statement, or ask questions? Because she says, I see that you don't have proper concept of what's going on in the Bible.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, so here go one. It's Numbers 23:23. For there's no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said, Jacob and Israel, what has God wrought? Right. So like that, there's a verse in there about divination. There's many different verses in there about divination. It's just like I said, it depends on how you're using the divination and the type of divination you're using. And I'm saying casting cowrie shells, casting coins, or doing things like that, those don't violate Hebrew law. So those are perfectly fine to use. It's not like you're contacting dead people and having dead people talk to you. Like,
but it's not like so.
it's
So
not.
I don't. Ifa is not using. It's not like a Ouija board where you're
It's not.
contacting. Yeah, you're not. It's not going to like some entity, spirit, like a demon that's giving the or who or whatever the Ouija board is contacting. We know that this is
Right.
actually a record. It's like a record of information that we are
Right.
accessing. There's no spirit or thing behind it other than a record of knowledge. So when you actually go,
And I want to even say it to me, it ain't no different than the scriptures, right? People use different scriptures to augment like what's going on in their real life or to give wisdom and guidance in their life, and they'll use the scriptures, different scripture verses, the chapter verse, chapter verse, right? With the
right,
numbers,
when a pastor like
with the numbers, and so you're using the Bible, the scriptures in a divination way.
yeah, exactly. When a preacher gets up and preaches his daily sermon, right? What does he do? He picks a verse out of the Bible and then speaks on that as it comes out to the interpretation of what that scripture is, whatever that little small section of the
Right,
Bible. Now, there's an entire story that that thing is telling about something, but the preacher might just pick out one small like scripture and say, okay, and then he'll say what the scripture is. Because I was a Christian, so I know exactly how church goes. They'll say the scripture
right,
and then they sermon on that scripture. So the only thing they're doing is taking a small part out and then interpreting the actual written oracle, the written Bible or the written word, right? So the
right,
only thing that's happening in Ifa is that everything is oral, but there are verses of the Odu that are memorized. And so when a certain number comes out, like say someone says, go to John chapter 5, verse 10, and they read that verse and then they interpret that verse. The only difference is that they are using something to say, okay, well, for this person's life, what would that particular Odu be? And then they would
right,
cast the shells, a number would come out, and it was like say if there was a divination for like the Bible, they would cast it would say 5-3 or whatever, and then it would go to that Bible verse, and you would read that verse, and you would interpret the verse. There's no spirit that's behind like telling the person
right.
what's going on. You know, it's an actual.
And I think once we and which is the reason why precognosis is such a great idea. So it destroys the veil, that veil over what our ancient ancestor spiritual systems were. Because once you understand it and you're able to relate to it, that yeah, when these numbers pop up, it's no different than you yelling out book, chapter, verse. There's no difference, and then the stories that go along with those odus is no different than the stories and the principles that go along with the scriptures in the book. So you just have to look at it from a different perspective and not look at it from the perspective of the colonizer. You know what I'm saying? Because your ancestors had more contact with God than any other person on this planet, any other group of people on this planet. We've always had God with us. You see what I'm saying? So
Well,
that's
she had
not
a
a
question.
thing.
So, have any of you ever tried to make contact with the dead? So, what do you mean by contact with the dead? Like, are we trying to speak to them? Like I said, we're not doing a séance here. We're doing. We recognize that energy doesn't die. You know, just because a person is dead, that their energy is still there. So we give reverence to that energy. We might light candles for it, just like in church. You know, people will say, well, you know, to commemorate the death of Jesus Christ. This is the body broken for me. They have communion. You have an altar call in church. So all these things are, you know, when you even Jesus Christ, like the worship of Jesus Christ, is considered like an ancestral veneration because Jesus Christ is now deceased. He's
Yeah,
considered an
and
ancestor.
I was going to even add that when you read the prophets, when you read the books of the prophets, you're reading about dead people. You're reading about graven images. Those are graven images all throughout
Hold
the
on,
book.
hold on.
When you
Sit in
talk
a
about them,
circle or at a table communing with the dead. Hell no, we don't do that.
look, and not only are you talking about dead people, right, and you're venerating these dead people, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right, which is supposed to be your ancestors, right? Y'all even turn around and name your children after them people. Y'all turn around and name your children after them, which is the highest form of ancestral worship there is to name your offspring after the ones that passed. So it's like you still engaging in it, but it's like you riding the fence, but you're not willing to jump over. So I'm saying don't point fingers, just understand where all of them kind of converge at, because it's all the same thing. Like they call this dude Elijah, they call this guy Elijah. They only call the dude Elijah now because of the dude from the Elijah that was in the Bible, the one who died. So you're talking about graven images. Even when we speak on the Bible is a idol that they created. It's clothed in dead animal flesh. It's adorned with silver and gold, and it's made from plant fiber, right? All of which the book tells you not to take a tree and adorn it with silver and gold and put it in your house and venerate it, right? So it's like that same thing is happening, only it's in the form of a book. And then whatever the book says, you do. So the book becomes your God.
Yeah, hold on. So she asked, we sit in a circle or at a table communing with the dead, and then I said, hell no, I've never sat in no circle.
I don't do that type of stuff.
Like that's another. I don't know what that is. That's another. I don't know. That's a psychic or something like that? Like gypsy. That's gypsy stuff.
Yeah, that's necromancy stuff. Like I don't commune with the dead.
No, we like I have an altar for my ancestors. I have a like, and then
background music playing.
Huh?
You got background music playing?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I do.
Look, you up there telling me I got background issue, but no. So I do have an altar, just like you have an altar call. I do have an altar within my house because in Ifá, your church is the house. Your house is the church. So I have an altar in my house that for my deceased ancestors that I might, burn candles and stuff like that, and just out of respect for them, and I put water on the altar and then flowers, like just as if I was like, you might have you go to the cemetery, you put like stuff on the grave for your ancestors. People go to the cemetery, they put stuff on their ancestor on the grave of their ancestors. So that's about as far as it goes. But am I like sitting up there like ancestors, blah blah blah? No, I'm not doing that. So.
Again, it's just like I said, it's all about perspective and how you look at things. If you see your ancestors' stuff as being evil, it's gonna be evil no matter what anybody tell you. So again, it has always come back down to you doing your research and understanding that everything ain't what it seems. Like it's more than what meets the eye. You know what I'm saying? Transformer taught us that it's more than what meets the eye. You see what I'm saying? So when you hear about divination, you hear witchcraft, understand what real witchcraft is. And once you understand that, you will notice that you are actually engaging in a system that is practicing more witchcraft than the system that they demonize. Because here's the thing, I don't know if you talk to a lot of African people or African-centered people a lot, but they don't talk very violent. A lot of times they don't talk malicious towards people or malicious towards things. You know what I'm saying? And even in the Bible, it tells you to test the spirit by the spirit. And that's all I'm saying. If every time you run into Africans and people who's using spiritual those African spiritual systems, and you see that they some of the most pleasant people and some of the most charitable people in the world, then that should tell you that maybe that's not the spirit. Maybe that witchcraft spirit ain't the spirit that's on them. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. There's plenty of demonic organizations who uses the Bible. They take bits and pieces out of the Bible and weaponize it. and they use those things to oppress people and kill people around the planet. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, what is real witchcraft if that type of stuff is being used to actually subdue the planet? So I don't know. I've never seen an African spiritual system wage war on the entire planet and enslave people because they don't worship their God and stuff like that. So like, what is real witchcraft?
And here's the thing. She asked about what about possession, being possessed by a spirit. Well, okay, so yes, in African spirituality, you do have times when the energy of the Orisha will overtake someone in a ceremony. So what happens is that if you have drums going, you have people singing, all this vibration, it builds up to a certain point to then where people will the spirit will come down, and that's akin to like when people get the Holy Spirit. You know, when I know that a lot of people are like when they're Torah only, but I'm not sure if in the Torah they actually have the Holy Spirit in the Torah. Is the Holy Spirit in the Torah? But I know that the Holy Spirit does possess people in churches. You know, so there is in African spirituality a thing where you do get possessed by a spirit, and the spirit is usually telling the person what they need to do, you know, things they need to like fix in their life or whatever. So that if Oshun will come down and be like, okay, you might be doing something wrong or whatever, and so that spirit will come on that person, and that person will begin to instruct people based on their life or what they need to do. So it's not like they're just being possessed of a spirit and falling out and doing nothing. No, when that spirit comes down, it then begins to instruct certain people in their life. So it's not just
I look at it a little differently when it comes to spiritual possession, because again, I identify spirit as an electromagnetic phenomenon. So when you talk about spirits, I'm saying that a spirit is a frequency, right? It's not an actual entity. It's a frequency, and frequencies can manipulate matter, right? Because frequencies have the ability to manipulate matter. It creates a physiological and a psychological change in the matter. It causes the energy or the fluctuation or the oscillations of the frequency to change within the person. So greed is an actual frequency. So a person that's not greedy, they don't have greed in their heart, you can't make that person greedy because they don't have the seed of greed in them. They don't have the resonating frequency of greed in them to vibrate greed from them, right? So you have to have greed already in you in order to receive it. So anger is a frequency. Wrath is a frequency. These are all frequencies. And those frequencies will change your physiological state, your psychological state into and that changes your actual physical state. So you know, when you looking at those things like, you know, ghouls, goblins, demons and stuff like that, you making the demon bigger than what it is. The frequencies can be counteracted by other frequencies, and those frequencies, those oscillating waves, interrupt or disrupt those negative frequencies. So in order to understand these things, you got to start learning energy. You have to understand energy, how it relates to real physical beings, and not what metaphysically is in your head that you think is happening, but what's actually happening in reality. You see what I'm saying? So people will be thinking like, oh, this is are they spiritually possessed? No, this person has an electrical disruption problem in their physical energy body. They have an electrical discharge problem, and they need to figure out what's causing the discharge. That's what's happening.
But there are certain people, and like I would say, the Egungun society, that are known for like the being open enough that certain spirits can like come and talk through them to people. You know, so there is that in the Ifá thing. But those are specific types of individuals that are able to do that. Everybody like, okay, and she just says, so he says, you guys, she says, okay, but you guys said you don't deal with spirits, entities from another realm. So here's the thing: what happens is that you're playing music. Usually, when this phenomenon happens, just like in the church, if you ever like when the church gets at its height, right? They get to playing this music. The drums are going. Boom, 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 boom,
Right.
boom,
It
boom,
makes
boom.
you balance.
And everybody's jump and everybody get to move it. And it's almost like, if you were to do the same thing with and you would take a speaker and you put like some beans on top of it and you put that speaker up underneath those beans, they're gonna start jumping around, right? Okay, and so are those beings possessed by a spirit, or are they just moving with based on the vibration? So what's happening is that the people, because we are souls and we are made of matter, and we are also made of vibrate. We work with vibration, sound, everything. Those things can actually inhabit our body, and then they
Right.
can cause a person to have a supernatural experience. And like I said, orishas are really vibrations, right? So when you say that you might be possessed, but it's really that you reach a certain vibration based on the music bringing you up, 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 up. That now
Right.
you are now dealing with your super conscious. Like it's not an entity, it's you. Because all of the
Yeah.
orisha is you.
Ultimately, it's all you. Because and like you just made a great point, right? So when you start vibrating on them levels, right? So
Oh,
even
by the way,
though,
hold on. Natalia is asking us to come to her show tomorrow. She says I will have
I
a
mean, definitely. I mean, I don't have no problem with that.
yeah. So
She she
so
uh,
so so
she in St. Louis, right? She in St. Louis. We in St. Louis too.
okay. You guys are from the same city. Okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah. So
yeah. What I'm gonna say. So when it comes to that, like I said, uh, the high vibration, right? Yeah, high vibration is good, but there's also negative aspects of being in high vibration. So just like in low vibrations, there's humility and virtue to be learned and gained through low vibrations, and there's also
I
virtue
would
to
say I
learn.
would say this too. Let me do the opposite. You go to the club. They're playing some music. Back in the day, they had this stuff called crunk music, right? And they had this
Uh
guy
huh.
named Bone Crusher, and he would have a song called "I Ain't Never Scared," right? And by the time that song was through, all the men in the audience, or even the women, the testosterone would rise up in there. You might have a few
Oh yeah.
fights after "I Ain't Never Scared" get played, right?
Or enough
So
if you buck.
it's
Yeah.
like these are war. So all that is a war tone, like it doom 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 doom. I ain't
Yeah.
never scared.
Yeah.
I ain't never scared.
Yeah,
Her screaming.
it's a low vibration. It's a low vibration, and it builds that low. And that's why I keep on trying to explain to people, like when they talk about vibes and stuff. Like vibrations are oscillations, and they go up and down, up and down. If there was no up and down, it wouldn't be a frequency. It wouldn't be alive if it wasn't going up and down. You see
So
what
here's
I'm
the thing.
saying? So,
Here's the question: if you go to a club, if you outside of the club and you think I'm a pump, and you go to the heavy shop, you pop the trunk after you hear I ain't never scared. Did you pop the trunk or did an evil spirit do? No, you popped the damn trunk.
right.
Whatever that the music got you crunked up, pumped up to do that, and then you went out and popped the trunk. You did that, And then the opposite is that you heard some music and made you high off of that, and then you start to feel the spirit of this, and then you begin to prophesy to people. You are prophesying, but it's something within you that goes up to your super conscious, and then those people are at their root conscious, and that's when you have like earth, like you have more of like your earthly type of stuff that happens, where you might have a Marvin Gaye sing "Sexual Healing," you get horny and you want to f, and then now you about to
You
get
know,
it in.
and like I said, and
The evil spirit coming to you and you getting horny, or you just horny because that vibration of that music got you listening,
right.
reminiscing.
And it's always the vibes, right? It's the vibes, the energy. When the vibe and the energy is right, it can do just that. It can raise your energy to make you happy, sad, angry, lonely. All of those are just vibrations. It's not necessarily a spirit, and that's the reason why I keep saying spirit is akin to electromagnetic phenomenon. Because once you get into the spirit, once you get into that frequency, you're gonna move accordingly. You know what I'm saying? And it don't. And all things are subject to this. Like there's nothing outside of this. And so I want. This is the reason why I tell people, like, when you go to sleep at night, you shouldn't have your children listening to rap music and shit while they going to sleep. Don't allow your children to listen to gangster movies and shit like that while they sleep, because it programs their energy, their spirit, right? And those spirits and those vibes, they wake up and they think those things. Those become they first thoughts, they first and second thoughts, because they've been programmed with these energies. They don't naturally have them, but hell, if you keep moving that thing in the same way, in the same cycle, it eventually will adapt to that. And that's our people, like, when they start feeding us gangster rap, when they start feeding us black exploitation films, we watch those movies, we listen to that music, and we held on to them, and we never let them go. So we're not bound by a spirit. We're bound by our love and our passion for music and vibrations. That's like you. It's that part. You know what I'm saying? And then when you mix that with struggle and oppression and things like that,
trauma, PTSD.
Yeah, when you mix all that in there, when you mix it all together, you get us.
And the biggest thing that is the misconception. See, in Ifá, like, it's really about, like, you understanding yourself and how you as an individual really are connected to everything on this earth, microcosm. Every cell in your body, from even an individual state, is connected to even the furthest out you could go. So so it's nothing outside of you that's not really that's separate. There's no separation from God and from the universe and from what's inside you and what's on this earth. So if the earth is fucked up and it's polluted, you're probably polluted as well. The sky, the ethers are polluted. Everything it's all connected. So the biggest takeaway from here is that when you think that there is an outside entity that's controlling you, you have to check yourself and understand, no, this is you that's controlling you, and you need to check yourself and what that is, whatever that is. If this music makes you start lashing out or whatever, there's probably something going on within you that's not straight. Like, why
definitely, like,
go to a club and listen to Bone Puncher and not actually try to kill nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, sis. I'm so biased.
They're open to that vibration because they already have some kind of a thing going on within their body already. So
I ain't even gonna lie, so I'm so biased when it comes to this because I love drill music. I love it. I love drill music. I love gangster music. And a lot of people be like, but you conscious, how can you like drill music? And I'm like, because I'm a warrior. Like deep down inside, we warriors. And I'm like, I don't understand how y'all come from a warrior lineage and you hear drill music and you don't identify warrior culture. I'm like,
but we know, like, there are certain people that such warriors that they're open to that, and they could get possessed and be ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? Or they might see their enemy and they hear that warrior that warrior chime, and it revs up something within them, and then they ready to kill their ops, whatever. Oh, yeah. So because and I think the problem is. Before every war, what did they used to play? They used to march into the war with a drum playing in the front of them.
Yeah.
Why? And think about the thing of marching. People marching, boom, 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 boom. All this is like a build up to a certain thing within the electromagnetic of the body to get them to psyched up. When football players, before they start the game, they make this noise, and have you ever heard a football?
Build the energy.
They make this. If you actually went to a locker room of a football right before the football game, they do this whole thing and it sounds like thunder. and they're screaming and they're banging their feet on the ground. All this is to build up that testosterone to go in and play this very violent game called football. So all this thing is just vibration, but people get it mixed up and they think it's a spirit that's attaching to somebody. But really, but see, the thing is, once you be, me being an initiated priest, all the spookism got removed from everything, because when you're outside of it, you think it's all spooky, but once you get inside of it, you realize it's just vibration and it's out.
Yeah, and it's like that, man. And it's like the same thing happens, like even in movies and stuff like that. The different cinematic music that they use, which makes you scared, makes you cry, makes like those things actually move you. Like I'm a big on like animal videos. I like watching humans save animals and stuff like that. And the music they play behind it, I'm like, every single time it chokes me up. And I'm like, they're really good at that. I'm like, and if they know that enough to sell you shit, to sell you stuff, and you run out to the store and buy it, right? Is it the spirit of gluttony? Is it the spirit of this, that, and the other? Or did they just program you to do it, and you acted accordingly? Just like those little beans that you put on the speaker, they just gonna move according to the frequency. Like it's gonna do what it do, and because you're susceptible to the frequency, you're gonna move too. So when it comes to spiritual possessions, yes, you can be possessed by frequency. You can be captured by the frequency and trapped within that frequency. And if you don't know how to deal with those energies, they can be very negative and adverse to you, your family, and people around you. You know what I'm saying? Just like no different if I was in here yelling and screaming and cussing, that negative energy can affect you. You see what I'm saying? And that ain't necessarily
you know what? Bill Burr, who was a comedian, before we get into, we're going to go into the next video. I want to say this. Bill Burr was talking about how like he was having a bad day at work. And he used to always come home and be mad and be like, rah, rah, rah. And all of a sudden he noticed his dog, every time he'd come home bitching and complaining, his dog would be like tripping too, right? Because the dog is feeding off of his energy. And that was a funny joke that he actually talked about, is that he had to work out his whatever his anger was, because he saw that like his energy was affecting even his animal that he is in his house. You know what I'm saying? So all this stuff, like it's all relative. And once we get out of the spook of it all and get away from like the spirit and its demons, we name these things spirits and demons, and then it made us get away from the science of it all, which is vibration and energy. And so let's go into this real quick and talk about the ancient spirituality influenced the world, African spirituality, how it influenced the world's religion.
Africa is more than where we began. It is where the soul first opened its eyes. Before doctrine, there was dance. Before prayer books, there were pulse rhythms. The first humans did not ask for salvation. They lived in balance. The lion was not evil. The storm was not cursed. All things were part of the whole. Spirit was breath. Spirit was birth. Spirit was the bond between root and sky. In every village, every gathering, spirit was acknowledged. The fire in the circle was sacred. The meal was sacred. The greeting, the mourning, the silence, all sacred. Elders were walking libraries. Children were seen as spirits choosing a new life. Dreams were not random. They were visits. Death was not final. It was return. From the sands of Nubia to the shores of Senegal, spirit moved like wind through the reeds. In Kemet, what the world renamed Egypt, knowledge was sacred. It was not hoarded. It was illuminated. There were no priests selling salvation. There were initiates, learning to master the self. The mystery schools were more than education. They were preparation for divine living.
Master the self, okay? Once you get out of like this thing that there's something outside of yourself, that demons and all these different things that you're saying that exist outside, that is other than just vibrations and negative energy. And once you realize that, then you understand yourself better. And then you wouldn't attract those demonic things because you're living on the proper vibration. Let's go.
Students studied astronomy not for maps, but for harmony. Medicine, to heal the body as part of the spirit. Geometry, to mirror the order of the cosmos. At the center of all things stood Mayat, the balance between chaos and creation. Truth, justice, reciprocity, harmony. Even the gods were bound to Mayat, because power without order is corruption. The divine triad of Asar, Osiris, Aset, Isis, and Heru, Horus, was not just a myth, it was a mirror. Of fatherhood, of divine motherhood, of the child born in truth, of resurrection through knowledge. What we were taught to forget was once our highest science. In Africa, spirit was not confined. It was expressed, multiplied, reflected in countless forms. Ra, Olodumare, Nyame, Ama, Nzambi, names, not rivals, not jealous, not wrathful, each name a different face of the same flame. The Yoruba saw Orun, heaven, and Aye, earth, as lovers dancing in cycles. The Dogon of Mali mapped stars unseen by Western eyes for centuries. The San people spoke to spirit through trance and fire. Water was not an element, it was a being. So was fire, so was wind. They were not metaphors, they were family. No African path said it alone held truth, because all paths led inward. You did not need to be saved, you needed to remember. Spirit was not something given to you, it was something born inside you. Spirit was a dance, a garden, a breath, a woman, a mountain, a people. It was lived, it was seen. Then came the swords, then came the books, then came the ships. They did not understand spirit, so they feared it, so they demonized it. The invaders brought chains, then churches. They stripped the names of our gods, then renamed us. They replaced ancestors with saints. They replaced rhythm with ritual. They said our earth temples were primitive. They called our elders witches. They turned sacred drums into forbidden instruments. They called spirit superstition. And in doing so, they didn't convert Africa. They tried to erase it. But spirit is not so easily slain. In chains, it sang. In exile, it danced. In silence, it survived. Across the Atlantic, our spirit followed. In Haiti, it became Vodun. In Brazil, it became Candomblé. In the American South, it became Hoodoo. It whispered in field songs. It danced in secret beneath the moon. Altars hidden under beds. Sigils carved in dirt. Names spoken only in dreams. Spirit went underground. And there, it waited. Today, the silence ends. We are remembering. We speak names that were once forbidden. We pour libations to the forgotten. We sit at the feet of elders. We return to the root. Not to escape the future, but to understand it. Not to worship the past, but to awaken the present. The ancestors have waited long enough. They are listening. They are watching. Africa is not calling you to history. Africa is calling you to yourself. Because before conquest, before kingdoms, before religion, there was spirit, and it still lives in you. And so we arrive, not at an ending, but a beginning remembered. The soul of Africa was never truly lost, only buried beneath centuries of dust, shame, and silence. But spirit cannot die. It only waits for drums to beat again, for fires to be lit, for voices to rise in unison with the earth. When you close your eyes and feel that pull, that ache in your chest that cannot be named, know this: it is the memory of who you truly are. Spirit is returning, not in grand temples or loud proclamations, but in quiet awakenings, in tears that fall without reason, in dreams that speak in forgotten tongues, in the way your heartbeat echoes a rhythm older than time. Stand still and listen.
Okay, so that's the second video I wanted to play, and I think he breaks it down. I think it's broke down pretty simply. You know, we had traditions prior to this book, right? It was oral before we actually ever had a written text. And I actually got into it with some people on the Chaotic Truth thing, where he was saying that West Africa didn't have written language, which they did. But the Babalawos were actual libraries of knowledge. Like, to become a Babalawo, it takes, like, they're usually trained from childhood, and they're trained up until like adulthood to know all of the Odu. So imagine a person and the memory it takes to know all this information. So by the time they finally become Babalawo, which is father of the mysteries, they pretty much they are the Bible. They are a walking Bible. They're the walking word. So when they do cast the divination for each person, they have it all up in their mind, everything. Of course, they have to sometimes go to books and stuff like this to get the Odus and stuff like this. But for the most part, now that we have written knowledge and people are not just only able to, recite the songs of the Odu, because the Odu are actually written in a song pattern. That's another thing. When you get readings, the Odu in Yoruba, they're saying, when you go in the actual ancient thing, they were saying to you. And what better way to remember something is by song. I can remember songs as old as when I was 3 years old. Think about this: row, 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 row your boat. Everybody knows that, right? So this is what happens: is that they remember the Odu in song pattern, and that's how they were able to remember like so many Odu. So that was what was actually happening, is that you had like these songs that people sang, and when they would get when you would get your divination, the actual scripture is in song form. Do you have Laurel? Are you there? Right. All right. So while we're waiting on him to come back, I wanted to we're waiting on the Babalawo, the Omoawo, because he's actually he's actually working toward becoming a Babalawo, and I wanted to actually bring him up to discuss his path. But let's play another one. Oh, did you want to say something? Okay, fine. Where'd you go? Did you have something to say?
No, I had to use the bathroom. I had to use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I'm waiting on him to pop up right now. He had to go drop his daughter off, so I'm waiting on him to pop up now.
Right. So I was just talking about how the Odu is based in song, but I would like him to actually go into that. So while we're waiting on him, I'll just play this other video real quick. Well, I prepared to play a few different things, to break stuff down. So let's go.
This system joined together spirituality, observation, and science. It was known as the spiritual science of ancient Africa, a sacred way of studying the universe through both the visible and the invisible. To the ancient Africans, the world was alive and filled with spirit. The wind was not just moving air, but a living force that carried messages. The river was not only water, but a sacred being with memory and energy. The earth, the sun, the moon, the trees, and even the stars were all seen as living parts of one great body. Everything carried a power known in different cultures as Ka, Chi, Ace, or life force. They believed that human beings were part of this same great web of energy. When a person lived in harmony with nature, health and peace followed. But when one broke the laws of balance, sickness and confusion took over. This understanding became the foundation of African spirituality, a science of life that united religion, medicine, philosophy, and the study of nature. From Kemet, Egypt, to Nubia, from the Yoruba lands to the Dogon highlands, Africans used this spiritual knowledge to explore how the universe worked. To them, science and spirituality were not separate. They were one truth expressed in different ways. In the rocky cliffs of Bandiagara in Mali, the Dogon people developed one of the most mysterious and advanced spiritual sciences known to humanity. For thousands of years, the Dogon have spoken about a star called Sirius, which they named Potolo. They said that Sirius was not one star, but two, a bright one and a smaller, invisible one that orbited it every 50 years. When scientists from Europe later studied Sirius using telescopes, they were shocked to find that the Dogon were right. The small star, now known as Sirius B, was discovered in 1862 and was later confirmed to be extremely dense and heavy, just as the Dogon had described long before modern astronomy existed. The Dogon elders said this knowledge came from spiritual beings called the Nomos, who descended from the stars and taught their ancestors about the creation of the universe, the nature of matter, and the origins of life in water. Whether one sees this as a myth or a symbol, the Dogon understanding proves that ancient Africans had a deep spiritual and scientific knowledge of the cosmos. For them, studying the stars was not only about curiosity, but about connection, a way of aligning human life with the divine order of the universe. In ancient Egypt, known to its people as Kemet, religion and science were one. The priests and priestesses of Kemet were not only spiritual leaders, but also scientists, doctors, mathematicians, and astronomers. They studied the laws of the stars, the body and the soul in temples that acted as great universities, known as the mystery schools. These schools taught that the human being was a reflection of the cosmos. What existed in the heavens also existed within the human body.
That's where you get the micro versus macrocosm. And let's all be clear that the priest in Ifá, they go back to the Nile Valley. They were actually a part of that Nile Valley civilization, and they migrated to West Africa. So we get our knowledge from that same pantheon of Egyptian, and a lot of these, mystery schools came out of the mystery schools of Egypt. Let's go.
Every organ, star, and emotion had its own vibration and purpose. They believed that when a person lived in balance with the forces of the universe, they reached a state of truth and harmony called Ma'at. The pyramids of Giza were built according to these same spiritual laws. They were not only royal tombs, but also centers of energy aligned perfectly with the stars of Orion's belt, guiding the soul to the afterlife. The builders of Kemet understood mathematics and geometry not just as tools, but as sacred languages of creation. The symbol of the Ankh represented eternal life and the link between spirit and matter, while the Eye of Horus stood for healing, wisdom, and divine protection. For them, true knowledge was living in harmony with Ma'at, the universal law that kept both nature and spirit in balance. In West Africa, the Yoruba people of present-day Nigeria built a deep spiritual science based on A's, the invisible power that makes things happen. To them, A's flowed through everything, from the smallest insect to the highest mountain. It was like electricity running through a wire, giving life and movement to all things. Every word, thought, and action carried A's, and when used correctly, it could heal, protect, or transform reality. Their spiritual system, called Ifá, was both a religion and a science of wisdom. It used a mathematical divination process that contained 256 sacred signs known as Odu. Each sign represented thousands of verses filled with knowledge about human behavior, medicine, destiny, and the natural world. When a Yoruba priest, called a Babalawo, performed divination, he used palm nuts or a divining chain to produce patterns that revealed hidden truths. The logic behind these patterns worked in binary form, combinations of two states similar to modern computer codes. This shows that the Yoruba had developed a kind of spiritual mathematics long before the discovery of binary systems in the modern world. To the Yoruba, Ifá was not magic, but a science of energy, vibration, and cause and effect, a way to align human life with cosmic law. Across the African continent, healers understood that illness began not in the body, but in the spirit. They saw that when a person's spiritual energy was disturbed, it eventually led to physical sickness. Healing, therefore, was about restoring balance, not just removing symptoms. In southern Africa, the Sangomas practiced spiritual healing through drumming, dance, and trance. They believed that sound vibrations could open a doorway between the physical and spiritual worlds, allowing communication with the ancestors. These ceremonies were not mere rituals, but scientific processes of energy alignment and emotional release. In Central Africa, the Bakongo people used the Dikenga cross, a symbol showing the circle of life, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. It taught that every stage of life was part of one continuous cycle, and that healing came from reconnecting with this natural flow. African herbalists also possessed great knowledge of plants. They knew which roots could stop bleeding, which leaves could cool fevers, and which tree barks could fight infections. This was not guesswork, but the result of centuries of observation and experimentation. They understood that each plant had its own spirit and vibration, and when used with the right intention and chant, it could restore harmony to both body and soul.
This is where you get before your Western medicine. This is where you get your doctors. These were the doctors. You didn't have doctors back then. So all of these things combined creates a priesthood of people that was able to heal their people, that was able to restore harmony in the lives of individuals. So people get it wrong. They call it witchcraft and make it evil. But no, these are your healers. These are your doctors of like the society. Let's go.
Their system of healing was what the modern world now calls holistic medicine, where mind, body, and spirit are treated as one. When European colonizers and missionaries came to Africa, they could not understand this spiritual science. They looked at the temples, shrines, and rituals of Africa and called them pagan, evil, or superstitious. They destroyed sacred sites, burned altars, and silenced the priests who held the knowledge of generations. The priests of Kemet were forgotten, the Ifá diviners were driven underground, and many sacred books and symbols were taken to Europe as treasures. The colonizers replaced African spirituality with their own religions and philosophies, convincing Africans that their old ways were backward. But the truth could not be erased. The wisdom of the ancestors survived in oral traditions, in proverbs, in songs, and in the quiet practices of elders who refused to forget. Even when names and languages were lost, the spirit of the knowledge remained alive in the people. Today, as the world advances in technology and science, researchers are beginning to realize that many modern discoveries reflect what ancient Africans already knew. Quantum physics now teaches that everything is made of energy and vibration, an idea that African spirituality has spoken of for thousands of years. Holistic medicine, energy healing, and meditation are being studied worldwide, yet they have always existed in African tradition. The Dogon's understanding of Sirius, the Yoruba's binary divination, the Egyptians' cosmic geometry, and the healer's herbal medicine all show that Africa's ancient systems were based on careful observation, experience, and deep spiritual wisdom. Across the world, people are returning to study these roots, seeking the connection between spirit and science that Africa has always understood. The spiritual science of ancient Africa is not a myth. It is a testimony of human intelligence and sacred connection. It proves that Africa was never a land of darkness, but a continent of light, energy, and wisdom. From the pyramids of Kemet to the star maps of the Dogon, from the sacred groves of Yoruba land to the drums of the Sangomas, Africa has always taught that the visible world is only half the story. The other half lies in the spirit, the energy that gives life to all creation. The message of the ancestors still echoes today. Know yourself, know nature, and you will know the universe.
Man, that was powerful. I don't know if y'all feel like the power in with that, but that's powerful, right?
Yeah, that was deep. Like shit, I'm loving that.
Yeah,
So man, it's not.
And let me tell you something, right? This is why this is relevant right now. Right now, when you have an FBA movement, and I get it, delineation and delineate this and delineate that. We were already here, and this, that, the other. We're not connected to Africa. We aren't from. It's like, come on, guys. Like, because if you actually like look at, if you, my godmother is also a priest. She's a what they call a shaman, and she went down to Peru and went to the top of the mountains, and she learned what they have down there, sound healing. And you know what she does? She combines her bells that she got from her Oshun initiation with the shakerate, and she based on what she learned, it's all the same thing. So your ancient people in America all practice the same type of thing that you have your Native Americans, your people in Australia, your in Aborigines. They all have that same thing. So it's
because it's all coming from the same mystery schools, and that's what we keep trying to explain to everybody. Like when the mysteries before, and I'm gonna say this because according to our traditions, this is when it happened. During the reign of Akhenaten, in the 18th dynasty, around the reign of Akhenaten, it was an omen, right? And when that omen happened, which was Akhenaten coming into power and killing off the priesthood of Amun, when that happened, that triggered the breakup of the mystery schools, which went all over the planet. Now, prior to that, they used to teach all of this knowledge that we talking about, divination, spiritualism, all of that stuff, mentalism. They used to teach that worldwide. That used to be common knowledge. People used to learn that like as babies. People used to learn this knowledge as babies until they got up to age, you know, and was able to go into the universities and whatnot, or go into the priesthoods. But this was like common knowledge. And then after Akhenaten, they stopped teaching it, and it got broken up into different mystery schools, and they all went their ways. But that's the reason why when you go into all the different systems, the indigenous systems, it's almost the exact same thing. The incantations are almost the same. They're using different language, but the words are the same. The words mean the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when you look at the pyramid temples and the pyramid structures, they're all mirroring each other because they all come from the same mystery school. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you was an architect and you got taught certain Masonic guidelines and principles. Like when you go to every other building that's built by Masons, they stuff is gonna mirror your stuff too. You're gonna be able to see the same standard. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why you see that around the world like that. It's uniform. Yeah.
And here's another thing, is that it shows it's all connected. Is that, you know, I believe that we did traverse the world, and then we have I King, right? And you know what? When Baba Lao is actually like doing his thing, he is beating the I King, but and they have I Ching or I King, you know. So that even in ancient Asia, they have like divination systems. So that means that these things that were in Africa at some point traversed the whole world, you know. And you know, you have some tribes that are more into the herbal aspect of it. You have some tribes that are more into the sound healing. You have, and they all like specialize in different things, but you combine everything, it's all the same, you know, when you really break it down. When you combine it, you were, that's why it's most Ifa practitioners, we're not against other religions or belief systems because we believe it's all relative. We don't think that there's separation in anything. We think it's all the same. Like we feel like, you know, it's all Ifa. It's all Ifa. That's one of the biggest things that you'll hear in Ifa is it's all Ifa. That's why you don't see an Ifa priest damning a person to hell that's a Christian. Or we don't believe in the demon or the devil and this. We believe in balance, that everything has a balance. You have a negative side and a positive side. You have some people that came to Earth just to wreak havoc, and that's their destiny. That's all they're going to be here for, is to be what they are. You know. So hey, welcome to the church. You know, they might be born. You know, we have a thing for that. That's normally under Obatala. Obatala, you have the Ajogun, you have a lot. So in the African spiritual systems, we have explanations for every aspect that you could ever think of in life. You know, so there was an Odu for it, how it came to be. We had an Odu for the white man. We have an Odu for AI. We have an Odu for Jesus. We have everything that you could think of that ever happened on Earth. There is literally an Odu that explains how those things come into play. I can cast my cowrie shells right now and tell you what Odu behind this whole Epstein thing is. I can cast and find out what the Odu, which means what is the birthing of what gave birth to this? What is the sign behind this whole thing?
That might be a scary question right there.
Yeah, but I do plan on doing this earlier in the day. Like one day, I'm gonna start casting and showing that, actually beginning to show and prove the actual science of like the Ifa system and the divination system, so that people can understand that it's a science. It's not just like this hocus pocus thing. It's real straightforward. It's like, listen, a lot of times I've read for people and they'll tell me, man, that was accurate because this, that, the other. And I'm like, well, I don't have nothing to do with it. Like when you are on this side of things and you're doing it, you have no connection to what you're throwing. You just throw, the number comes out, and then this is what it means.
Look like we got two more people on the panel. You brothers introduce yourselves.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it's Lock Nation in the building. How's it going?
Hey, you say who? I ain't hear you. What'd you say?
We on Lock Nation. Just call me Lock Nation.
Lock Nation?
Yes, sir.
Lock Nation. I got you. Lock Nation, man. Where you from, man? What you hail from? What's your poison, man? What's your demo? Like what bring you to Precognosis? And what do you think so far? Like what is your what's your take?
Peace and prosperity. That's my memo. But as far as long as we're separating ourselves through, the lineages and our culture, we will no longer have peace. We'll just have war with each other. You know what they say, when they cut you off from your mother's womb, you are pretty much separated from your lifeline. That's spirituality. When the Europeans were carving the babies up, or ripping the babies apart from the mother's womb, they're trying to separate us from our lifeline, our spirituality, cutting us off from our language, our culture, and all those in between. And they're trying to turn something that's good into bad. Ooh, it's nothing to play with, but at the same time, it was good medicine. I know that because my aunt on my father's side of the family practiced that. I don't mess with her. I don't mess with her as far as getting into all that other stuff, because I'm not fully trained on that. I just know that she was definitely an artist when it comes to African medicine. So
Ashe.
Ashe.
And so, Man High Castle.
I'm sorry.
I'm in the restroom right now. 1 second.
Oh, okay, sorry. But so here's how deep this whole thing goes. We did a reading on World War III. Remember? We did that reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it got kind of interesting. What that reading came out. Do you remember what that reading came out?
It was interesting. Like, I mean, we did a casting for World War III, and it was pretty accurate. You know what I'm saying? So to say the least. So that's what I'm saying. I think it's interesting. I would like to use it. I mean, of course, I love the spiritual aspect of it. I would love to just use it statistically. I would love to just use it statistically on multiple different levels. I think it's a great technology. I think it's a great technology, and I think it's just underutilized.
What's the specifics of this again? Remind me, because I might not. I may know or may not know.
Discussing divination. And that we're really breaking this whole thing down to a science. We're not going into spookism. Earlier today, we had a person asking, Natalie, she was asking, okay, well, what about spiritual possession? What about this and that? We were able to break that whole thing down. No, you're not being possessed by a spirit outside yourself. It's a vibration that that's taking over you. And right. Because we all are matter, that vibration then is what you're on. Not necessarily there's this spirit thing. Everything is really about vibration, and then especially when you have sound and vibration, everything has and we're all like pulsating. If you actually were to probably have the best ears ever, each person has a sound. Plants have sounds. Everything on this earth has sounds. When you actually listen to a highway, it sounds like the ocean. It's interesting, right? But also, if you listen to a highway, it sounds like the ocean. But if you were to actually take a microphone and listen to your circulation system, it sounds just like a highway. It sounds the same. It sounds like a river, right? But rivers have the same sounds as highways. Highways have the same sounds as the circulation system, if you were to listen to it, like how your blood flows, if you were to put a tiny thing and be able to like really hear that, like everything is connected, and that's the thing that we have to understand, is that there is no separation and there is no evil spirit. What it is you. You know what I'm saying? Each person has their own spirit, and they have good and bad. There's duality, And when homostasis is not existing in that person, then you might be open for lesser vibration to be able to overtake you, and that's what possession is, like an evil possession. But that their possession could also be positive, to where you might experience like a level of Oshun. Like, so say if you are more conducive to that energy, and you're on that Oshun energy, you might be able to be possessed in that Oshun energy, and then you begin to speak as that kind of a vibration. So we have to get the spookism of this whole thing. And like I said earlier, is that once you become initiated, the spookism is gone. It's not spooky. And that's the thing. You realize it's just like a doctor or anything else, that the person's coming in, they're getting, and you're not really even, it's not this spookyism that people start.
I'm Ogun, so I'm a warrior at heart. So, and I do respect Oshun, because Oshun is assumed to be a beautiful woman, but if you treat her in any other way, I mean, she will leave you alone.
And she will, and Oshun is also known to kill her enemies and while she's smiling.
Yes, ma'am.
So, welcome to Ben Highcastle. You ready to speak now? You said you was in the bathroom before.
Yes, I'm here. Seems like a nice subject. However, I do agree with the brother with the crown. He was saying, speaking on the mystery school system, and that's exactly how I look at it. I don't look at anything that's been discussed as something that's Pan-African. I look at it as way before all of the above. And someone who has received Ozane, Papa Ozane, I know for sure that people who have been initiated recently, they are not right and exact with what they stand on. You could see it in their behavior, that they're just.
Your phone just broke up. Your phone just broke up.
They're not with it.
Your phone broke up. You gotta go back to what you just said, because whatever you said got annihilated. So say it again.
Right. People who are initiated right now, they're not really serving. They're just theorizing. They're not practicing. I believe that all the mystery schools, they need to be kept private, not public. I don't think that Pan-Africans have a real idea of the mystery systems. They want to make everything Pan-African.
Pan-African is one of the oldest civilizations in the universe. One of the most important. Anyone from Kwame Nkrumah to Marcus Garvey, they also practice spirituality. The oldest teachings and civilizations come from Pan-African. Any rebuttal?
Okay, that's what you want to keep going on. I don't believe any of us just brought it out of the ground. I just believe that we have already been here. Original people have been here on all land masses, and that's just the way it goes. I don't look at it as us versus them if we're talking about mystery schools, esoteric, real practitioners, people who really hold this intimately, not the ones who are trying to advertise it.
Do you believe that you're just one, or you believe that you're many?
I believe that I am going to continue.
So, in other words, you believe you're just one spirit.
No, I believe I'm going to continue perpetually.
Elaborate.
Through the bloodline and through memory.
What
Through
I
the
mean
clouds.
is, what I mean is, do you believe
I've been
there
here
is one
before.
universe?
I've been here before, and I'll be here again.
Oh, so
I'll be here.
You believe in the resurrection?
No, I'll be here before. The journey does not stop. My perspective will change. My suit will change. But my conscious being behind the stare will always be what it is. I will be here. I'll be grinning through my grandkids.
So I do believe in, and I'm paraphrasing, you just believe in just one spirit, but your consciousness will go on through your kids and your kids' kids. Got you.
Fertility is valuable. And the clouds, well, if you're brainstorming or not, it's in storage. The memory will live on. Remember me.
Okay, so
remember you.
That's just how it is in the movie Coco. Remember me. These are all mystery schools. I will live on. I'm not speaking for you.
Genesis, I have a question for you. Do you believe that you are one spirit or many?
I believe that separation is the illusion. I think that everything is that I'm a part of I'm a part of the whole. There is that the microcosm affects the macrocosm affects the microcosm. So the universe. So I don't think that I'm separate from it. Really, we think that we're having a conversation individually with a bunch of different people, but we're really having different aspects of ourselves.
So you believe that there are multiple universes?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I don't. I think it's. I don't. I think it's one universe, and I think it's an infinite number of perspectives.
Okay.
Uni is one. Uni is one, and verse is one. One universe. One. Uni.
So there are multiverses. It's called a multiverse.
So the word would call the correct phrase would be multiverse.
And I think it's just one universe, and then we just have multiple perspectives of that one universe. And so we don't, like, no one is seeing the universe the exact same way because it's their perspective. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then collectively we have a universal perspective.
Exactly. So universe means one, multiverse means multiple. Uni means one, verse means one. Multiverse means more than one. Multiverse means more than one.
Okay, so let's get into. Okay, we just have a new person that just joined. Welcome, Black Man is Fair. What did you want to say?
Peace and blessings. Yeah, I just like the takes that are given. I agree with a lot of what's being said. Yeah, everybody has a different perspective, but we all share in a universal mind.
But I'm also one of as being a practitioner, understanding that I guess he was. I mean, I get what Man High. Well, I think that people are in this new found thing of Ifa, that there is like a kind of a, you don't want it to become like Christianity has over time, because really at one point Christianity wasn't even a book that everybody could read. I mean the Bible. Everyone, it was actually forbidden to actually read the Bible, and you would actually, I think, get like killed if you were actually to be found with it at some point. But I think that like even now, that the reason why Ifa has remained a secret is because it did not want to be, exploited in a certain way. So I get 100% what Man in High Castle is saying. But when you start getting into Pan Africanism and try to like say, well, it's not about Ifa is probably one of the most Pan African things, because it traversed the entire world. Like the actual belief system is all over the world, just like other belief systems. There's how many millions of people that practice this faith or this actual way of life. Not even say faith, but way of life. So yeah, it already is Pan-Africanism. You don't have to like go into Marcus Garvey and everything. The tradition itself has traversed the whole globe, and that's why you can find it in the I Ching. You can find it in other different spiritualities, because it already existed throughout the world before we even were colonized. So yes, it already it was Pan-Africanism before Pan-Africanism was even a word. It birthed Pan-Africanism. So that's what I would say.
I'm sorry, I thought it just
I like that it birthed Pan-Africanism. And it birthing Pan-Africanism is a great idea, because it did. Without the energy of Ogun and Shango, the resistance wouldn't have never took hold. It would have never had any footing. You know what I'm saying? It was only because of the traditions of Ogun and Shango that made us have that warrior spirit to fight back and to resist, man. So I don't know, man. I think you might be on to something with that.
Yeah, but those characters that you just named, there were others way before them. There was others right next to Olodumare. There was older ones, way before them.
I'm saying when you go back into like maroon culture,
and that's exactly how come Papa Ozane is way before Ula.
But when you go into maroon culture,
and all of them,
when you go into maroon culture, Shango, Ogun, Achosi,
those are the young ones.
Like some of those Rishas, some of those deities are ones that came over specifically with our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you can still find like they shrines and shit here, and you can still find their cultures throughout the Caribbean, South America, and Southeast United States, is because that's what was prevalent. So that's what I'm saying. Without invoking those traditions of warrior spirits and avenger spirits, without that, they might not have had the energy to actually resist. You see what I'm saying? Like
hold on, Ozane was also used as well, because they used
he was before all of them. He's before all of Shango and all of them. There was the Titan class of them.
But hold on, listen. So let's not make it like these are human beings. Let's go into the vibration.
Right.
Again, Papa Ozane was way before all of them.
That may be true, but when you talk about the descendants,
it's not about maybe, it's the truth.
Ozane was Olokun, before Ozane was Yemoya, because Earth was water before it was ever any land form to even make Ozane, which is the earth of the earth. You have to have earth and you have to have earth, but you also have to have
That's
water.
What you're saying. I'm going to get off because y'all don't know what you're talking about.
That's what the Odu says, honey. You don't know what you're talking about. He doesn't even know the Odu. The Odu.
Black or white?
the earth had water, and then the chicken. Listen, you had okay. This is how it's formed.
So
Okay,
you ain't gotta over explain. You ain't gotta explain it. Like I think he was a heckler, possibly a heckler. You know what I'm saying? Again, like what we explained was pretty like cut and dry. And I mean you made a great point. Without that African spiritual system, we may have never gotten free. We may have never gotten free. Like yeah, Jesus was there, but they was using Jesus as a cover. They was worshiping Ogun and Shango, and using Obey and whatnot. Like that. That's what their religion were. It was a mixture of Southern Baptist and Ifá. It was a mixture of Ifá and Southern Baptist. And I could actually bring up a study about it that we got. Let me see if I can find it.
See, this is what pisses me off about dudes like that. It's they want you to believe in their systems and their culture and their way of life. This is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why, for example, and I hate bringing this up, FBAs want to separate themselves. You want to separate yourselves, but you separate yourself from a spiritual lifeline, and that is a straight no. Because when
he says he practices African tradition. So, but I don't know whether he's trying to say that this. I don't get it. How do you practice African tradition, but then you want to say that no, it's separate? We were already here, and instead, well, no, well, these traditions came out of that. That is the history of it. Ile Ife, the Nile Valley. I mean, unless they're trying to say that the Nile Valley was in America or something like that, I don't know. But because a lot of people are now trying to transport everything over to that America was the place that everything was birthed from.
Oh, so he's trying to say that all this started in America.
Yeah, that's what he's really getting at, and that's why I say you guys don't know what you're talking about, right?
He's still stuck. He's still stuck on the American traditions, and that's fine. If he wants to do that, let him go ahead and do that. But there's a reason why over there in Southern Africa that every time they have a dance, every time your mothers and your grandmothers have that dance, that's a spiritual dance. When you stomping your feet on the ground, you're waking your ancestors up.
The toy dance.
Toy.
They used to actually kill people for doing that dance. Do you know that they showed when I went to South Africa for the Red Bull Music Energy Academy? I was out of 60,000 people. I was chosen as a musician to go there to learn how to like music, and I learned all the things like all the about apartheid. Do you know they'd be doing that dance and the police would shoot the people because they were marching, dancing?
Yeah, because they were scared.
It would scare them, right? And they could feel probably some energy or whatever going on. It would scare the shit out of them. So yeah, they would actually like you would see them doing that, and you would see a person open fire on the crowd with a gun with a rifle, that type of thing, just for marching. So you're talking to a person who's been to Africa, been down in South Africa, saw the Sangomans, saw the culture there. The music behind the culture and what drove them and what pushed the apartheid movement forward was music. And the inspiration of America music actually on that whole thing. So I don't know. Like
I am kind of upset because I've never been to Africa before, but my aunt has several hundred times, and I've asked her to bring her with me, but I don't have a passport quite just yet, and she's over 80 years old, and I don't know if she's going back, but one of these days I'm going to have to hit. One part of it would be Kenya, the other part would be Uganda, Ghana, and possibly oh damn, I lost train of thought. Not the Congo because the Congo is a little bit too dangerous. there's just other parts of Africa that I hit because when you do it, when your foot hits the soil, I do believe you will not be the same. You will not be the same going. You are not going to be the same as when you go in as when you come out. Your whole experience would change.
That's exactly what happened to me. I didn't want to leave. If I would have had some more money, I wouldn't even be here right now. If I would have had a little couple of about $1,000 more, I probably would have never left South Africa because it was so beautiful there. I love it.
I want to quickly ask a brother a question because are you a father?
Yes.
Okay.
My son right here.
Okay. Whenever your son gets in trouble, do you feel his energy? Do you feel his spirit? Whenever, yeah. Okay, it's the same exact terminology. Whenever I feel my son does something wrong, and he comes to me with that look on his face, I feel his spirit. And this is the reason why we all ask our children, we all ask our sons, what happened? What happened? What did you do? And you can tell when he is lying or not.
Mm-hmm.
The mother is damn near all-knowing. She don't have to ask no questions. That's how powerful women are. She don't have to ask no questions. She can tell when you done wrong or done right. She can tell that spiritually. This is how vibration, this is how, when you cut yourself off from your mother's womb, when they cut us off, that's spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we separate ourselves from the truth? Is what I don't get. Is it about money? Is it about money? Is it about notoriety? What is it about? Because I don't get it.
I think that's what it is.
Well,
yeah.
I want an understanding myself.
Well, I want before we get into that, I wanted to say this real quick because when people talk about Olodumare, they always they try to question the belief in a singular God for the Yoruba people. We believe in one God, and let's break. So, and there is the Orisha. Yes, there are the Orisha. There is Olorum. There is Romila. There is Oduduwa. Okay, and that's pretty much your holy trinity: Obatala, Oduduwa, and Oromila. So yes, those are primordial forces that came before Osane, came before Olokun, came before Yemoya. So he's saying that we don't know what we're talking about. Honey, I know what I'm talking about. What are you talking about? Like, I was initiated. So, all right, let's go.
Before the winds whispered through the trees, before rivers carved the land, before the fire of the stars was born, there was only one, unseen, eternal, all-encompassing. I am Obatala, guardian of the wisdom of the Orishas, and today I invite you to walk with me through the sacred mist of time, to a moment before time itself existed, to meet the one who began it all, Olodumare. Sit with me, child of the earth. Breathe in the silence between my words. And listen, not just with your ears, but with your spirit, because to know Olodumare is to remember your origin. Who is Olodumare? To answer that, you must first empty your cup. Forget what you think a god should look like. Forget temples, statues, and thrones of gold. Olodumare is none of these, and yet Olodumare is the breath within all of them. Olodumare is not a being to be seen, but the very source of seeing, not a name to be spoken lightly, but the silence before the first word. In the Yoruba cosmology, Olodumare is the supreme principle, the origin of all creation, the force behind all movement, the witness to all destiny. The Orishas, powerful as they are emissaries, facets of nature, elements of the divine. They govern the rivers, the winds, the thunder, the fertility of the earth, but even they bow before Olodumare. In fact, it is from Olodumare that each Orisha receives their ace, the sacred energy, the divine command that brings power into motion. Without A's, nothing lives, nothing moves, nothing changes. And who holds the totality of Ace? Only Olodumare.
Let me clear it up. It's Ashe. So it's calling it Ace. It's Ashe. So whenever you hear him saying Ace, he's saying Ashe.
You see, in many Yoruba communities, Olodumare is not worshipped directly. There are no carved images, no offerings placed at feet of stone, because how can you offer something to the one who already holds everything? Worship flows upward, through the Orishas, through the ancestors, through sacred rituals, and reaches Olodumare like mist rising toward the sun. He is honored through the order of life, through balance, justice, integrity, and reverence. You may call upon Sango when your voice must roar, Oshun when your heart seeks sweetness, or Ogun when the path must be carved. But behind every prayer, behind every candle lit, every drumbeat echoed, there is Olodumare listening in silence. Even in the traditions across the ocean, in the Candomblé of Brazil, the Santeria of Cuba, the Vodun of Haiti, though names shift and ceremonies adapt, Olodumare remains, the one who does not change. He is Olorun, the owner of the heavens, Nzambi, Bondi, the great sky creator. No matter the tongue, no matter the land, those who remember their origin, remember him. Olodumare does not walk among men. He does not possess like the Orishas, nor speak through mediums. Yet he is there, in the order of stars, in the rhythm of the rain, in the justice that restores balance, in the breath you just took. And so, when you ask, who is Olodumare? Know this, he is the reason why you can even ask. In the Yoruba tradition, nothing exists outside of order, and at the center of this sacred order is Olodumare. He is not merely a creator who shaped the world and stepped away. He is the source that sustains it, moment by moment. Not a distant architect, but the architect and the breath that keeps the structure standing. To understand Olodumare is to understand that the universe is not random. There is no coincidence in Yoruba cosmology. There is only Ayanmo, destiny, and Olodumare is the keeper of that destiny. Before a soul descends into the world, it kneels before Olodumare to choose its path. This path, full of lessons, trials, love, and pain, is sealed with the breath of the divine. You, child of the earth, are not lost. You walk a road that was known before you were born, and Olodumare watches over every step. This is why Olodumare is called the silent witness. He does not interfere like the Orishas do. He does not block your path or open your doors. He observes, patiently, eternally, as your choices carve your fate. But his presence is not cold. Olodumare is justice, but also compassion. He sees not only what you do, but what you carry, the burdens, the prayers left unspoken, the truths you hide even from yourself. He holds the balance of the world. When harmony is broken, when humans forget their place in the web of life, Olodumare does not strike in wrath. Instead, he allows consequence to teach, because from consequence comes remembrance. This is why in Yoruba ethics everything is relational. To harm another is to disrupt the fabric that Olodumare wove. To honor nature is to honor him. To live with integrity, humility, and balance is to walk in alignment with the divine. In daily life, the role of Olodumare is often quiet. Yet it is in every corner of the Yoruba world. When the child is born, the elders thank Olodumare. When the rain falls to bless the crops, Olodumare is praised. When death comes, the soul returns not to the Orishas, but to him. Even the Orishas submit to Olodumare. In times of conflict between them, they seek his judgment. Because even the powerful must answer to the one who gave them power. In the diaspora, this role remains intact, though expressed in different ways. In the Terreiro, the Ila, the temple, Olodumare may not have a shrine, but his presence is understood as the ceiling under which all else exists. When a devotee dances, sings, prays, or offers, they may not speak Olodumare's name, but every sacred gesture rises like smoke toward him. And so, the role of Olodumare is not just that of creator. He is sustainer, judge, witness, destiny keeper, and above all, presence. Not a presence that demands your attention with thunder or flame, but one that waits in silence for you to notice. Though the names differ across lands, the sacred intuition remains the same, that beyond all creation there is one, a source, a divine intelligence, a presence that gives life its rhythm and meaning. In the sacred teachings of the Yoruba, that source is Olodumare. But if you listen closely to the stories of other peoples, you will hear echoes, not of sameness, but of resonance. In Christianity, he is called God, a being who creates the heavens and the earth, who sees all, judges all, and lives beyond form. Yet unlike many depictions, Olodumare is not a king on a throne, nor a man with a beard watching from above. Olodumare cannot be painted, because he is what allows color to exist. In Hinduism, there is Brahman, the formless, eternal principle that pervades all things. Brahman is not worshipped through form, but through understanding. Just as Olodumare is not sought with eyes, but with the stillness of spirit. In ancient Egypt, the god Atum emerged from the waters of chaos to shape the world with divine intention. Like Olodumare, he was both the first and the whole, the creator who began without being born. In many indigenous traditions across the Americas, there is the concept of Great Spirit, a unifying force that animates the wind, the animals, the people, and the stars. A presence that lives in all things, much like Olodumare, lives within every breath. These comparisons are not to blur the beauty of each tradition, but to show that the human soul recognizes the sacred, no matter where it is born. The heart knows when it meets the origin. It may call it by another name, but it bows just the same. And yet, Olodumare remains uniquely rooted in the Yoruba world. His connection to Ace, to destiny, Ayanmo, to the sacred relationship between humans, Orishas, and nature, cannot be separated from the worldview that gave birth to him. In the diaspora, across Brazil, Cuba, Haiti, and beyond, Olodumare appears under other names, shaped by history, colonization, resistance, and memory. But even when hidden behind saints or whispered in secret, Olodumare was never lost, because the source cannot be forgotten. It only waits to be remembered. So whether you were raised calling him God, or Brahman, or Nzambi, or Bondi, the sacred truth remains. The source is one, the names are many, and the wisdom is eternal.
Thoughts?
Shit, yeah, it sounded like he was actually describing the electromagnetic force, like what he was talking about. What we keep saying is God is negative and positive charge, and that charge is what permeates all of existence. It's what existence is built upon. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't have a pronoun. There's no pronoun for it. There's no there's no anthropomorphic ideology for it because it's electromagnetism.
You can't draw a picture of it. You can't describe it.
You can't draw a picture of it. Like there, you can't draw a picture of an electron. Like you could draw some shit and call it an electron, but that's not what an electron is. That's not what an electron looks like. You see what I'm saying? Like we can, like, nobody worships electrons. Nobody worships charge. Nobody worships electromagnetic waves. Nobody worships those things is because that's the essence of God, and that's the reason why I say that what is divine is what shines. God is light, and light is electromagnetism. So in order to know God, you have to study energy. All of us who are in the occult and the esoteric realm, we should be fucking nuclear scientists. We should be electrical engineers. All of us should be electrical engineers because we study energy. We're all about energy. And it's like, how can you do energy work if you don't understand how energy works in natural life, like as it pertains to the body and your environment? You know what I'm saying? How energy moves in life is how it moves in the spirit realm, and you got to understand it.
It starts with your words.
Listen, you know, so crazy. So when High Castle came up here, he was pretty much like saying that this is ancient Masonic, well, not even like hidden knowledge, right? But I think that Oludumare, you know, and the Yoruba faith wants to come out. I don't think that it wants to remain hidden anymore. It wants to come out. It wants to be noticed.
Yeah, I agree. That's the reason why. Come on, I said I don't know. I think right now is the time for there to be the great unveiling because this is a science. It's a science, and for us to not share it with the world, I don't know. Like I mean, I get it. People don't want to pollute it and they don't want to bastardize it, but I'm just saying, look at the condition of the world. Like, I mean,
right? And all this other crazy stuff is coming out. Why can't we bring this out? If we got the Epstein files coming out, well, we need to bring out this file.
Well, I agree, but I don't see why we. Like, I mean, I don't want to make light of our ancestors' system, like the technology, right? But it has the ability to be a very, very interesting game. I could even see it being an interesting sport. I could even see it being a sport. You see what I'm saying? Dealing with ratios and percentages and just probabilities and like just dealing with that with that aspect and then having action applied based on those results. I think that's something to actually look forward to, man. Like it's like almost on some quantum computing type shit, man.
It definitely is. And let's go into this. He talks about how Ifá consultation can change a person's life. Let's go into it. I haven't seen this yet, so if it does say something that I don't agree with or is weird, but I'm pretty sure he's going to pretty much drop
something that could stop you from making the same mistakes in 2025. What if there was something that could stop you from making the same mistakes in 2025 that you've been making the last few years? Mistakes that cost you time, money, heartache, your freedom, or even your health. Well, you've seen the title, so you know I'm talking about Ifá divination and how it can empower your spiritual growth, your business, your love life, your career, your financial growth, and even your health. Life is precious, and with each passing hour, you're an hour closer to leaving this physical body. So why waste time on things, people, places that aren't in alignment with your destiny and your highest good? I'm Aboniregun, aka Naijazang, and Ifá is not a hobby for me. Ifá is my truth, my life, and my calling. It is my pleasure to share with you guys as much as I possibly can to empower you to make the right choices as you take this journey along the ancestral path. Before we talk about Ifá divination, we need to talk a little bit about Ifá in general. What is Ifá? Ifá is often described or defined as the religion of the Yoruba people. For me, Ifá is a whole lot more than religion, even though it does contain religion or spirituality. Ifá is a collection of Yoruba thoughts, wisdom, history, culture, traditions, philosophy, science, medicine, healthcare, justice, and so much more. Ifá is the collection of all knowledge and understanding, and Ifá is the primary Yoruba divinity. Ifá influences life in your current physical body and beyond. Ifá tweaks certain parts of one's destiny. Ifá is unavoidably and intricately woven into the very fabric of Yoruba society. From the names of the days, for example, Ojo Ajé, which is today, Monday, and I'm sure many of you have heard of Ajé Olókun, the Orisha, for financial prosperity. Then we have the cuss words we used as kids, like Oriope. Now, we often translate that as your head is not correct or complete. It basically means, you're kind of cuckoo, crazy. But when you think of Ori in the spiritual term, Ori is also your spiritual head, your higher consciousness, your God self, the creator of your destiny. Then that cuss phrase or word, whatever you want to call it, Oriope. So when we look at it from a spiritual angle, we can say, well, your Ori is not in alignment. And your Ori needs to be appeased in order to be complete. Or you are not in alignment with your Ori, or your Ori is not in alignment with whatever your current situation is. So Ifá, Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is all part of life. It's part of tradition. It's part of culture. Now, on to Ifá divination. When we consult the oracle of Ifá, we are channeling the energy of Ifá, of Orunmila. Orunmila is the father of Ifá and the one who brought Ifá to the world. Olódùmarè gave Orunmila, one of the divinities, that task of bringing Ifá to the world, bringing this wisdom, this enlightenment, this knowledge to the world. Ifá and Orunmila are often used interchangeably, even though Orunmila is actually, the father, the prophet of Ifá. Orunmila, Bara Agbonirègún, Ẹlẹ́rìí Ìbìkejì Olódùmarè. Orunmila is known as the witness to creation, spirit of destiny, and second to Olódùmarè, the supreme creator. When we consult Ifá using a special divination chain, Okbele, or the Ikinfa, which are the sacred palm seeds, or Dillogún, which are the 16 cowrie shells, Ifá then becomes the voice of Olódùmarè.
All right, so right there, you have the two divination methods you have, because now we're going to get into the divination. And why is divination, understanding Ifá divination, why is it important in a person's life? Welcome, Nova Nagas. Did you want to say something?
I'm just now getting everything ready as I'm tired to chime in. Let you do your thing. I'm coming in late.
Oh, okay, that's you. All right. This is our Baba Omaawo. So welcome to the stream. You missed a lot of interesting things that kind of happened, but it's okay. Let's go.
So Ifá is the voice of the supreme being, the voice of the supreme creator. And when you cast the Okbele, or when you're using the Ikinfa for divination, one of the 256 Odu is the corpus of Ifá, is revealed and interpreted to offer you divine spiritual guidance, right? So as we speak to Ifá, for instance, those who have their Ikinfa, either after receiving the hand of Ifá or initiation, Ifá also becomes the ears of Olódùmarè.
All right, so let's go into this, what he just said, okay? So, because it could get weird because he's saying different things that are in the Yoruba language. So, Ikin, all right, what happens is that they beat the Ikin against the it's like a womb, when they cast the actual Okwele, there's a circular like wooden thing that they do, which actually has a picture of a shoe on it, who is the intercessor between Olódùmarè and like people on earth, right? So what happens is that he takes this thing, looks like a stick, and what it is, it's actually in the shape of a penis, okay? And the actual circle, the actual circular shape is the shape of a womb. So what happens is that when you do the Odu, when you cast the Okwele, or you do the you do this, what happens is that it tells you how a thing is created. You know, that is the science behind it. So what is the create? What created this? What is the creation behind whatever the question is, or whatever the person is, or whatever it is? What is the Odu about this person? Odu is the birthing of something, you know. So what is birthing this what is birthing this person's situation? That's what's happening. Now, someone said that we should not be getting deep into like this knowledge, but like I said, I believe that Ifa wants people to understand it and wants it to be known. So I'm letting it be known. Okay, that's what it is. All right. So so you have Ifa, you have Olodumare, you have.
I think that time like all the way around the world. No, I would just say I think it's that time all the way around the world. I think the time of revealing it has.
The veil is being lifted. Like people
like
are
even dealing with the. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. Like the veil's being lifted. Like it's that time. Like if it was any other time for it to be exposed and utilized, it's now.
So yes, this at one point was a very secretive society of people that was able to do this stuff. Now it is okay. Well, this is what's happening. It's not witchcraft. It's nothing weird going on. It's just a matter of what is the situation that is being birthed here with this person. So let's go.
So it is through Ifa that we connect with Olodumare and the Orisha and the rest of the powers that be. So Ifa is both the ears and the voice of Olodumare, through which we learn life's truths. Many of us consult Ifa before making important decisions. How often you do divination depends on your needs. There's some people who do divination every month. There's some people who do divination every week. A lot of business people will be on a monthly schedule of divination because they want their business flowing correctly. They want to make the right decisions and all that. So they'll do monthly divination. If you'd like to book divination, by the way, you can do that on my website, nigerzen.co. Just go to the services page. We still have a few slots for New Year's divination. I have added some more by popular demand. A lot of the people, especially some of you guys here on YouTube, couldn't get in on time. The slots were gone. You've emailed me, and I've added a few more slots for New Year's divination. So this will be your guide for the year, okay? What are the advantages of New Year's and Ifa divination in general? As I mentioned earlier, having access to this divine guidance based on the Odu Ifa revealed saves you from a lot of unnecessary wahala. Is this person I'm seeing in alignment with my destiny? Should I invest in gold or agriculture, which will be more profitable? Are there any health issues I should look out for? Should I stay at my current job?
And by the way, wahala means problems, okay? Because he's using, sometimes when we get so caught up in what we're doing that we are using Yoruba words, but people don't know what we're talking about. Wahala is problems, all right? So he's saying that you go to an Ifa diviner to avoid issues. So a lot of people just walking through life and don't even know that you don't have to walk through life and not know what the hell is going on. There's tools out here that will tell you, hey, don't do this, just watch out for that, etc. And that is what this method is. It's like you don't have to go walking through life blind. Let's go.
Or switch careers and tap into the creative side. Will I get married this year? I have been having struggles conceiving. Is this the year I will be blessed with a child? What do I need to do to receive the blessings of a child? Are there any spiritual blockages or ancestral curses affecting my finances or love life? None of the men in my family are blessed with prosperity. Is there an issue, and who do we need to appease? These are some of the questions people ask during divination. Look, it just saves you from a lot of heartache, time, hassle, whether it's the relationship, your job, the decisions you want to move. Should I move to Atlanta? Should I move to Lagos? Everyone's moving to Ghana. And is this going to be good for me? Just because everyone is doing something doesn't mean it's going to be good for you. It doesn't mean it's in alignment with your destiny. Just because, someone looks great, someone has a fat booty, or someone, is handsome and is everything you've ever wanted, does not mean that person is in alignment with your destiny. So it saves a lot of time, it saves a lot of heartache, it saves a lot of money, and it can help you plan your year. It can help you plan your life. Maybe you have a few ideas of what you want to do with business this year. You get the guidance. Is it going to be gold? Is it going to be crypto? Is it going to be agriculture? Should you go into the food business? Should you go into entertainment? You can ask these questions. Maybe you're trying to switch careers. We find out. Is this going to be a good move? Should you switch this year? Should you wait till next year before you switch? You're getting the picture. Or you met someone, you're all in love. You want to know. A lot of people always want to know. It's usually love or money. People want to know. Even though Ifá will tell you everything, regardless of what you think you want to know, Ifá will tell you about yourself. But, a lot of people are in a relationship. Will he propose this year? Is this person my life partner? Is this person in alignment with my destiny? Is this the person I should be getting married to? Or, should we just have a good time and it's going to be over in a year or two? These are the kind of things people want to know. There are lots of ways you can use Ifá divination to empower your life. Health issues. We don't tell you not to go to your regular doctor. I always tell people you could do both. But maybe you have a feeling there's more to this pain that you're feeling, or the primary physician or whoever can't really help you, but it could be something spiritual. You never know. Ifá can tell you. If you do New Year's divination, Ifá may tell you what kind of health issues to look out for this year. If you're interested in Ifá divination, African spirituality, or manifestation coaching, local appeasement or Shun appeasement or re-appeasement, spiritual work for your legal or custom cases, head on over to my website at nigerzen.co, where you can also purchase a range of African spirituality products for protection, prosperity, and more, all at nigerzen.co. So with Ifá divination, you get answers to your questions.
I'm gonna say this. Shouts out to him for having his videos together, because a lot of practitioners don't even have that. But yeah, there are practitioners out here that actually can help you to get through a lot of these things, and it's not wrong for a practitioner of Ifá to expect to be paid for what their services are. Ifá Kola, could you get into the financial aspects of doing readings and why it's important to that? Because people will look at this and say, look, he's promoting and he's asking for money and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? What are your thoughts there? And also, welcome Sadiq Ra to the channel.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you guys. How you guys doing?
Introduce myself to the chat. I'm Ifá Kolade Fasala. I'm part of Ashe Soul, Ile, as well as mine going somewhere, Ori Institute. I'm under my Babalawo as well as my Ianifa, Ayele Kumari, and Baba Okiki Fafusala. First of all, all people should be paid for the work that they do. That's just a flaw. And people say, well, if you're helping people, it ought to be free. People don't understand what it takes to make these things happen. First of all, someone is giving you their time. People deserve to be paid for their time. Then they're giving you their energy. A lot of this work is heavy, spiritual. Spiritual practitioners go through it for you. All of these things are not comfortable for the body, taking on the heaviness of this energy. When we do divination for you, we take on the energy for how of what you're bringing to us, this heaviness. Now, do I believe in outrageous prices? No. Do I believe in making a person pay more than what they can afford? No, I do not. I was taught as my elders say, we're going to consult Ifá what needs to be paid. And Ifá is going to tell us completely the truth. You may say you don't have it, but you do. Ifá is going to show me you do, and I'm going to ask for what's deserved. If Ifá tells me you have nothing, we may do the divination for completely free. This divination may be exactly what you need to get back on your feet. And that may be a sacrifice that we may need to take on as a spiritual practitioner. All of this is part of the work. You have, what should I say? Some people are called to be priests and to come into the tradition after a reading is done. Not everybody is meant to become a priest. Not everybody is meant to come into the tradition. You have a lot of people who are just, so to speak, proper terminology for it.
Oleo, they're called Oleo. They're called Oleo.
Well, in Lukumi, that's what it's called. In Ifá, it's called
client. Well, people that are clients, or people that are like just meant to just be clients, right? Just you go to the doctor.
I'm more speaking on to people who are in the tradition who are off the top of my head, man. I mean, I'm driving at the same time. Not just the people that you help, like people who take care of the temple who are not priests.
The female, male or female, because you have like your
male or female.
Well, we'll just say those are like devotees.
I mean, devotee. You just said the proper word.
I was going to say divine, but
yeah, it's still you have Sheshe devotees, those who are part of the Ile, but they don't have particular titles because they're not meant to do their work, but they are part of the tradition. You have people who come into the tradition who just get a hand of Ifá, and that's all they need. A hand of Ifá is pretty much your entry into the tradition. That's where you're going to learn what the old dudes are. You're going to learn what the Orisha are.
Similar to go to a church, right? You get baptized, and then you find out what path you're going to take in that church, right? So it's similar to where you have certain people. Some people are going to be pastors. Some people are going to be singers. Some people are going to be cookers. And all those people have a certain function within that church. That Ile church, it's the same thing. House of worship.
I don't really like to compare it to the popular religions and their style, because I don't particularly believe this is not a religion. I don't particularly take on that particular mind frame of it as being a religion. I believe this is a spiritual science.
Yes, sir.
I don't take on the form of that is a religion. This is not a belief system. A belief system is something that's not proved, not factual. We tapping in. This is fact.
Especially in science.
I've experienced it. This is fact. This is no belief system. This is living, and it's very much so real. I've spoken with I've been in contact, communication with my ancestors. The Orisha come to you the way they're supposed to, is the way they choose to come to you, or the way they should, as needed. But yeah, I'm just as far as that comparison. I don't like to compare it to church, because the function.
I like to keep people that might not understand it, like just to give like clarity on what it could be similar to. That's all.
Understood. That's for them, and that's fine. But I want to make that distinction before we go any further. This is not a church. Ifá is not church. It's very much so different than the Abrahamic religion or any other aspect of spiritual, quote unquote, spirituality. So to be. I don't know too many other practices, period, that actually give you remedy outside of the traditional spiritual system.
Right. Yeah, because even in China they have the I Ching or the I Ching, right? And so those are like kind of, but those are entire ways of life, of living. Right. In that, like Taoism is a way of life. It's not a church. It's not a this. It's not a that. So yeah, you're right.
I believe Ifá is more or less a way of life, because we're living this. As these old dudes and everything come up inside our daily experience, our weekly experience, our monthly experience, our year experience, We're living these type of things. This is our way of life. But this way of life is a spiritual system. And it's a mathematical configuration. All math can be proven.
Math is spiritual.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So before we go further, because I know you got a lot to say,
But
Sadiq, did you want to say real quick something? Because I wanted to, I didn't want to have him sitting here, but I do want to let you. I want to let you land your plane. But Sadiq Ra, did you have a question, or when you came up, or what was your thing? Sadiq Ra.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. I was just coming in, just listening to the brother, drop it and connect. Yeah, I agree. I agree with what he says. And yeah, I'm just here to bear witness so far. If I come up with a question, I may have one. I'll ask it though. I think I'm good right now.
Now, before I forget or I go any further, I would truly want to break down the aspect of, you said we were talking about why our spiritual practitioners need to be paid. Let's say you are meant to be initiated into the tradition. There is a cost for that. There is a significant amount of work. Most initiations are for 16 days, but they start as 3 days. That means you spend at least 3 full days within the home of the person initiating you, or the temple, wherever the elate does his work at. You are going to spend at least 3 days there, sitting on those mats, going through every aspect, and the day is from get up in the morning all the way until you go to sleep is work. Practitioners should be paid for that, because in other words, that you've become part of their life. Their life is taking care of you. Now I've heard some crazy numbers out here. People paying $10,000 to $100,000 to be initiated in some of these traditions. I personally believe that's robbery. And I do, because it shouldn't cost that much. It doesn't need to cost that much. But people get into this and become greedy. Just because a person is a priest or a spiritual practitioner does not mean that their morals are intact and their character is proper. We have something in the tradition we call it Iwa Pele. It means good character, or to have good character. This is as you become a priest, an Omawawo or a Babalawo or Ianifa
or Orisha.
Or Orisha, period. We're bound to this. Or should I say, we're supposed to be bound to this. Not everybody out here does so. So I tell people, vet the spiritual practitioners that you're going to. Make sure they are what they are. Make sure their character is intact before you even deal with them. Because you do have people out here that their agenda is ready to get over on you.
Can you address how important fasting is as far as fasting is concerned, spiritual?
Fasting is extremely important. Just for the physical body, just outside of just spiritually. I'll start with the physical. You know what? I'll go right into the spiritual body. You are what you eat, and the energy of what you eat, you take on. So most people, the way the Western world is set up, they don't treat these animals properly. They're full of fear, and they know this. That's actually part of a ritual. They keep these animals scared, so that fear is in them, and they feed you fear. You become more fearful. As you are more fearful, you are easier to control. To battle these type of aspects, to battle these type of things, you not only want to control what you put in your body, but you want to control when you put it in your body and how much. And at certain points, just as you go to sleep, which is fasting, which is when you get up in the morning, you eat breakfast, which is a break of the fast. That's a small fast. Sometimes you want to do extended fasts for the purpose of cleaning your body.
Which is not eating anything.
Which is not eating anything. So therefore, you are not only giving your physical body a rest, you're giving your spirit a rest to gather itself, to build upon itself. And when you don't eat in the physical body, your body begins to feed on itself, and it begins to portion out what does not need to be in your body and push it out. You give your digestive system a rest. Spiritual fasting, I mean, or as far as eating wise, you're giving your spirit a rest on taking on something new. A new energy inside your body, so to speak, due to eating.
Ashe.
But you have all type of different fasts. Let's say you have habits, such as you are a person that likes cigarettes. You may need to fast when a spiritual that you want to curb that addiction or take control over that. You may need to abstain from that for a period of time. It's something you may like to do just because you like to do it. It may not be the best thing for you. So, and it creates a buildup inside your body. That's what anything else. Another form of spiritual fasting is sexually. We have to control who we bring into our energy. Because the highest form of quote unquote magic or the manipulation of energy is sexual, is the sexual act. You to bring another person into your energy to where you take on their energy and they take on yours. We do need to fast from this for a period. Say that again.
Yin and yang.
Very much so. Very much so.
And here's a question too: is that let's get into Ebo, because now you're talking about fasting, and a lot of the times the Ebo is not only about, like, you have the blood sacrifice, you have different levels of sacrifice. Ebo is sacrifice. Can you go down and explain Ebo? What is and why is Ebo necessary? A lot of times after you do your reading, there is an Ebo that you have to do, a sacrifice. Now, we've heard about, like, in the music industry, that they have to make a sacrifice to be successful, right? And in those things, you have a lot of weird stuff where you might have to, like, off one of your, like, cousins or. But let's talk about the difference in sacrifice and Ifá and how, like, that can also equal out to a certain level of success. And it doesn't have to, like, include, like, some kind of strange, like, thing of harming people or, in this. But then people will judge about, like, the whole blood sacrifice. They'll say, well, you know what? I think it's wrong with the killing of the animal. Can you break down the sacrifice of the animals in Ifá?
Okay.
Well, before he does that, sis, I gotta go. Dinner's ready. I'll shade to all the brothers and the sisters. I'm out.
Yes, my brother.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, but yeah, let's go. Let's get into the sacrifice and the significance of sacrifices.
Okay. Best way to break it's multi-layered, because different animals are for different purposes and they do different things. And first of all, Ebo within itself is what's needed, what needs to be appeased for the remedy. If in the Orisha tradition, you may be asking for assistance from an Orisha to assist you from the spirit, from the energy, in the energy. You wish that to assist you in whatever you have going on. The issue is, okay, they may need you to bring forth a bit of energy. All right, what's the best way to explain this? All right. All things in this are all put like this. It's the Asha. All right. we have to break this all the way down to the aspect of what Ashe, energy itself, or should I say life force. Life force is extremely powerful. It's the aspect of sacrificing something lesser to achieve something greater. That's pretty much the premise of it. So we'll sacrifice the life of something, or for what we call a foreleg, so to speak, whichever animal it is. We'll sacrifice this life and take upon that life force and use that and actually to use that life force and use that and take that and put it into the problem to bring about into the issue that you're having, to bring about the remedy. Not all ebos take or need life force. These are for extreme situations, such as a person may come to us and they have death on them. We got to get death off of you. Death need to be appeased. And the death may be due to your lifestyle, due to the choices they've made, or the situations they put themselves in. But they know something, but they feel it, and they need to get this off of them. The only way to help them is to sacrifice something lesser for a greater outcome. Is that understood?
Yes, and see, here's the thing: is that people want to like equate Ifá to witchcraft, and then we have like these Epstein files where you see that they have sacrificed children and things like this. And I wanted to like really separate us from that aspect. Can you go into that?
We do not sacrifice human life. That is not our tradition. That is not anything we do. That is not part of our culture. We value human life is at the highest. We do not sacrifice children. We do not sacrifice human life. So those type of blood rituals that exist for different deities such as Baal and Moloch and all these other these lower level entities, yes, they'll gift you certain things, but yes, they want blood from it. But the real aspect is holding you accountable for this negative act because of you taking a human life and wanting to use that life force to further your life. This is the reason why most of these people who participate in these activities, they don't live full lives. They don't live long. Or if they do, they're going to continue sacrificing lives on top of lives, on top of lives, on top of lives. But when they transition, they're going to have to account for that.
Shame. And so let's talk about even with the sacrifice. What happens with the sacrifice once it is done? Like break it down from there's certain sacrifices. Don't we eat certain sacrifices? Don't we like discard certain ones? Like, can we break that down?
The chat is having some issues. It's starting to sound like a robot. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I'm saying aren't certain sacrifices. So if it is a blood sacrifice, don't we eat it at the end, and isn't there a difference between what we eat and what we might discard?
I can't. It sounds like a robot. I can't even make out what you're saying right now. This happened earlier while I was driving to before.
You might need to leave and come back.
I'm hoping it will go. I'm hoping it'll come back because I can't understand nothing you're saying.
No, Laurel, tell him. Can you guys hear me, Laurel? Can y'all hear me, or am I sounding crazy to y'all too?
Now I can hear you again. I don't know why this does that.
I was gonna say you might need to leave and come back, but you might be in a weird spot where you're driving at. But I was saying that explain also the sacrifices of what is eaten, what is discarded, why do we discard certain things, why do we eat certain things after we sacrifice them, the community aspect of like the sacrifice. Let's get deeper.
And also, yes, the animal is sacrificed, but it is not wasted. The animal is then cooked unless one of the deities ask for it. Then it needs to be processed a certain way and given to them. But if it's not asked for, which does not happen most of the time, the animal is gifted to the community. The animal is actually processed. chopped up, cooked up, and a feast goes along with that abo. So nothing is wasted. The animal didn't die for no reason. Yes, his life was taken for a particular purpose, but the animal body was not wasted just to be wasted, just to be killed, just to be killed. The animal was actually also eaten. Now I know people on there, people coming to this chat and actually see me and know me. I'm a plant-based person. I don't take part in a lot of the feasts that actually go on. A lot of things are done for me and things of nature like that. But thing is, that's actually part of my sacrifice.
But you know what's so weird is that, they'll say that the Orisha, they want you to taste it before they do. So it's like,
there are certain aspects that I have to go. This is the reason why I'm not a vegan. I'm a plant-based person. I do not eat meat. But there are times when, okay, I may end up with blood on me after doing a sacrifice. I may end up with, a dot may need to be put on my forehead, or a dot of it may need to be put on my tongue to where I take on the ashe. Outside of me taking on the ashe, I don't go any further. That's my personal sacrifice. Not everybody else takes it on in that particular way. But this is, and the thing is, this is what has worked for me. I know plenty of other people who are in the tradition who move exactly the same way. I know people who don't eat meat unless it's meat done from a spiritual ceremony. I know people who live that way as well. But these are aspects. This is a tradition that's away your free will. This is not a religion.
Can you go into also, let's go into like initiation. What is initiation and why is it important?
Initiation, and initiation is more or less, to my understanding, it is a physical attunement of your physical body for the energy that you're taking on to do the work that you need to do. Because if you are meant to become, you are meant to initiate. You have been called to become a priest. And not everybody is called. There's very few. If you are called to become a priest, too many 10. Say what you just said again, man. Say what you just said again, sister. Hello?
I'm sorry. I was saying I wanted to break down the initiation and the importance of initiation. Like why is there breakdown initiation?
Gotcha. All right. Initiation is pretty much an attunement. It's pretty much an attunement, an energy attunement. We have this inside other things such as Reiki and different type of other things. Kundalini energy, things that are preparing your body to take on these energies and master them and all of that. That's pretty much the same. In this tradition, you are taking on the energy you need for your best benefit, for you to become what you're supposed to become in this lifetime. Everyone in this life has purpose. Everyone in this life has a destiny they need to fulfill. That's why you came here. This initiation is going to attune you to take on the energy you need to do to fulfill the work you need to do. You came to come here. And without that initiation, you won't have the tools you need to do the work you're supposed to do. That's why initiation is important.
So I wanted to like play a little bit more of this video, and then I want you to give your opinion on the rest of this as time goes on, because I think that he makes some really good points about why Ifá divination is important, because this is what determines whether you need to have an Ebo. This is what determines whether you need to be initiated. This is what determines a lot of things, is the reading that you get. When you go to Babalawo, Olarisha, or Omoawo. Let's go.
And Ifá prescribes the solution to your problems.
Let me go back. All right, so
Get answers to your questions, and Ifá prescribes the solution to your problems. The solution will be in the form of Ebo, which is offerings and appeasements, and possibly Ifá medication, which can range from soaps and powders to specially prepared spiritual foods. If you're not mentally or spiritually ready to make Ebo or financially ready to make Ebo, you should probably go for yes-no divination. Because if you do Ifá divination, full Ifá divination, it always comes with a prescription of Ebo. Ebo is a transference of energy. If you want me to do another video on Ebo, please say so in the comments, because there's been some negativity recently. People are trying to say, oh, we should no longer be doing these sacrifices. And, instead of, perhaps a blood being used, you could use I've heard red wine, but we can talk about that more in another video. Ebo is the transference of energy. Ebo will be prescribed when you do divination, because everything on this planet is energy and has energy.
You know what? Why blood versus, like, say, a watermelon or a fruit? Why would that be important to do?
Sometimes that's what's needed. It's all about what's needed. What about the divination process is about what's needed. It's going to ask what's needed for the particular issue. Sometimes you may need just to feed your gungun. Your gungun may say, may just want you to feed him something. So that means you put a plate together. You may put a plate together of fruits and vegetables. That may be enough to exactly what they need or what they wanted. It could be a watermelon, but if it's asking for blood, it needs to be blood.
And like you said, usually when blood is being asked, is because there is something terrible going on. Like
it's an extreme situation, but we live in a world where most of the problems that we have, by the time they get to us, it's an extreme situation.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Yeah. So let's hear some more. Yeah. By the time they finally because by the time we finally get a reading and find out we have got so much crazy stuff that we probably do need that. Let's go.
So when you do Ebo, for instance, a plant, right, there's an esoteric meaning behind everything. Iwe Abamoda, one of my favorite plants, miracle leaf, it has an esoteric meaning. So when you use that as part of your Ebo, you're transferring the energy from that plant to help your life. In the same way, pigeons have a certain energy. So if you use the pigeon, you are transferring what the energy of the pigeon means esoterically to help your life. I've said it before. It's another video I have on the money rituals in Ifá. You can go check that out. There's absolutely no money rituals in Ifá. Plants, animals, even inanimate things, clothes can be a part of your Ebo, because maybe a white cloth signifies something. So everything on this planet, everything in this cosmos is energy.
Let's break down the clothes aspect. You might be told, don't wear black. Let's break down the clothes and colors, because I was told wear only one color most of the time, or wear white, or break down the colors of, like, okay, you can't wear this color for like about 2 weeks. Don't wear black or red or purple or whatever. What is that about?
I got initiated for a year every day. No other color, nothing. I had to change my bed sheets to white. Whole entire year. I was in an extreme situation when I initiated. I was in a wheelchair. As you see, I'm walking around and doing what I was supposed to do, going about my life. I've been shot 3 times. I lived an extreme life. I ain't going to go into that and everything else, but neither here nor there. Due to my health problems and everything, at the point where by the time I initiated, because I ran from it for years, I got called and I didn't believe. I got called and I didn't I didn't take it seriously. It was until I got set down, I had to take it seriously, and I had to create remedy for my life. I had to for the proper attunement and for the energy to settle well on me, in me, and throughout my life. I had to change I had to get death off me. I can no longer wear black or red for the rest of my life. I have I have what's known as a spiritual taboo against it. So you'll never see me in those colors unless I have all white up under them. And that's only for a situation to where I have to have it on for the purpose of me going to work or something significant of that. I love life, significant like that. I may have to wear a black belt, you know what I'm saying, when I'm training, doing the martial art. I'm a martial artist. That's outside of that, and I'll have all white on up underneath that. So I don't take on that energy. The energy black is absorber of negative energy. And since it absorbs negative energy, it draws it towards you. Me being in the security industry and things of that nature like that, I was always in black. That was my lifestyle. I had to completely change my life in every aspect.
Most security workers have to wear black. Yeah.
Right. Then that's why I had to be, I mean, I own a security company, but I'm no longer in that field. I'm retired. First of all, I'm retired because I've been shot 3 times. But you know what I'm saying? I'm retired due to that energy does not align with my destiny. That lifestyle, that whole aspect was something I learned to do. That was just, I mean, that's something just because you're good at something doesn't mean you're meant to do it. Doesn't mean that's your purpose. That's just something you become good at. Your purpose is something that comes effortlessly most of the time. Something you do without even thinking. I'm a very good counselor. That's part of my purpose. I'm an Omo Olokun. Olokun deals with the depths of emotion, the depths of the subconscious.
And Olokun is also black. It's also darkness.
Right. It's also darkness.
So that's interesting. You can't wear black as an Olokun, a child of Olokun.
Right, but most Olokun practitioners wear white most of the time. Look at the fish that's down there in the darkness. What color are they?
Right, they glow. Yeah.
They're glowing, or they're what? White.
Yeah.
Due to access due to being away from sunlight. So they are white. They don't have that melanin aspect in it. Nonetheless, as an Omo Olokun, I'm suited by my genetic makeup, my mind frame, the experiences I went through from childhood to an adult. All of these type of things all correlate and put me in, have made me primed to deal with people on an emotional level more than the average person would. If you understand what I mean. I have the capacity, emotional capacity, to deal with deeper things when things become uncomfortable. I have an innate ability to kind of shake it and keep going, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And usually, in that discomfort is where we bring about remedy for the issues and the problems we have in life. We've been taught we're supposed to be comfortable, and we're supposed to do anything we can to stay comfortable. No, life is not going to be comfortable all the time. And to try to create 100% comfort all the time is laziness. You're going to have to get up and do some work. And a lot of times work I don't know. I don't know nobody who do work, actual work, that like it. You got to get out there and cut the grass. It needs to be done. If it don't get done, it's just going to keep growing and grow over and become worse. So you get up and you do what you got to do. And when it's done, it's done.
So here's a question to anybody. Does anybody have a question? Laurel, Sadiq, is there any questions and thing? I don't want to not address everybody in the chat. I mean, on the panel, and just not say that they don't. Do you want to say anything, Sadiq Ra?
Is he still on? I think he said he had to go.
No, that was We Unlocked. Let's go. Let me play a little bit more of this. And let's go.
And each thing has an esoteric meaning, and that energy is what is used during Ebo. You need to appease an Orisha. You need to appease your maternal ancestors, your paternal ancestors. We make Ebo. Sorry, my throat was dry. So we make Ebo, yeah, and Eshu, the divine messenger. Eshu is a whole lot more than that, but for this purpose of divination and Ebo, Eshu then makes sure that the prayers and the offerings are delivered to the Orisha, to the ancestors, to Iyami, to Ifá, or whoever needs to be appeased. Ifá divination and the consequent Ebo can have a huge impact on your life and have been improving lives since time immemorial. It is just a shame that because of the demonization of African spirituality, so many of our people are so scared to tap into ancestral wisdom, and they remain stuck in a perpetual state of mediocrity and misery. We've been using Ifá since time immemorial to improve lives, to help tweak destiny. Not everything about your destiny can be tweaked, but when it can, it's tweaked a little, so you have a better life. Many of our own people, and by our own people, I mean anyone with African blood running through their veins, whether they're on the continent, in the diaspora, it's all the same to me. But a lot of us are too scared to tap into ancestral wisdom. And so we stay in this perpetual state of mediocrity or even less than, and think that this is what we have to do because we have to suffer on this earth. And then you go to that place with milk and honey and everything becomes wonderful. Well, for those who think otherwise, there's a solution. And it is Ifá divination with the consequent Ebo. Like I said earlier, we have a few slots left for New Year's divination.
I think he really brought that home in his explanation on why is Ifá divination important. I wanted to also, this is coming from a Lukumi perspective, but he also talks about the tools of Ifá, the sacred purpose of some of the tools, and let's kind of go into that a little bit, and then we'll have comments about that. And then what we're gonna do I'm gonna talk about a divination I did about World War III, so you can get an idea of a basic Dillogún divination and how really simple it is. A lot of times things are made to be like this, hocus pocus, ooh, all that what's his name? I call it spookism. That's what Sarah Suki said. Spookism. But once you get away from the spooky part of it all, you just realize that all this stuff is just really basic science. Let's go.
Our education, and no kidding, whatever I began. If you haven't seen my YouTube short, please look at the YouTube short on your Fair Babalao Institute, a 4-year curriculum at your pace. But now that I rambled, right? Let's get after it. Iburu, Iboya, Ibucheche, everybody in Cyberlands, your Fair Babalao, at least I hope so. Right? Coming at you with this particular video, right? And coming at you live. So go ahead and pop the questions in there. But I find myself.
Hey, listen, if you want to say pause, just let me know to pause at any point if you want to comment. All right. Everybody on the panel, if you want to comment on it, just say pause.
Wondering, and maybe I've just been doing this for so long, but I've never really had a moment of time where we began to speak on, hey, what is an Ifá consultation? Right? Think about it. What is an Ifá consultation? Just the structure alone on how the divination begins, how the divination is structured, how you get 3 signs, how you get a prophecy, how you get an Ebo, and the why, right? Think about it, right? And I think this is a very important topic because this is how we get to where we get, when we enter the faith or if we're just looking for advice. So I always like to start with the disclaimer, right? Every house does things differently, right? Divination is across the board always going to occur. Advice across the board is always going to occur. Oduns are always going to be casted by Babalaos. Mire Dillogún is always going to be casted by Olorishas, Santeros, Santeras, right? And this is just part of how the faith is designed. But what is being communicated is the piece. And I'm going to talk to you today about the Ifá piece of it, because I think that is something that at the end of the day, we have a hard time kind of better understanding. Hey, Boro Boy Bucheche, Moyo, Lafia to you, many blessings. Hey, Boro Boy Bucheche. So I wanted to kind of talk to you about, Ifá divination, right? And Ifá divination, a lot of times, and my wife gives me a hard time because I always, I don't like it when people call it readings, right? Whenever I hear readings, I think about, the tarot card readings. I think about, medium readings. I think about certain different things, right, that pop into my head. So I always give people a hard time. And I say, hey, this is not a reading. This is a divination. This is a consultation, right? Because we are getting the advice from Ifá to better communicate with you. But the other thing that people don't realize is that we are actually having a conversation with your Ori, right? Which is a reason why, you are handed ebos, or, right, if the consultation is virtual.
All right, so let's go back into Ori. We are having a conversation with your Ori. That means your consciousness. We are conversation with into you, into your super consciousness. Let's go.
Right, which I do most of my consultations virtually. You begin to kind of see that, we ask for personal information like your name and your mother's name and your dad's name, right, and your age, right, so that we can put those together so we can hone in and boom, get to your Ori. Right, so we ask these questions for the sake of that, right? Because here's the thing. Consultations in Ifá are known as dapale or dafa, right? A dapale is when I use, right, inquines, right? These are inquines, right? Or, right, we use inquins, right, which is a dapa, right? Which is now we talk about inquines, right? So I say this to say that is probably the first thing you need to understand. What type of consultation am I getting? Is it in kings or is it in equile, right? And that is primarily very important to understand. But as we kind of go through this, it's kind of understanding now that there is a sacred spiritual mechanic, right, that serves as a primary vector in a dialogue between you, the human, and the divine, right? Most importantly, through Orumila, because Babalaos are priests of Orumila. We're disciples of Orumila, right? The Orisha of wisdom, the Orisha of destiny, and the reconstructor thereof of destiny, right? So this is a very foundational thing in the Yoruba cosmology of things and Lokumi practice, because I'm a Lokumi Babalao, right? Anchoring every action in divine alignment, which is Iwapale, right? Which is the gentle and the moral and the good character, right? That is necessary in order for us to flourish, right? So what is the meaning of the consultation? Well, Ifá consultation is a method of accessing, right, that metaphysical wisdom, which is encoded in the 256 Oduns. Hopefully that kind of makes sense, right? So with the guidance of Orumila, under the governance, right, of the diviner, at this point it would be the Babala, right? Each consultation reveals Oduns that reflect, right, certain things, right? The current energetic, right, alignment of the person, the ancestral and spiritual forces that align with them, the karmic debts, blessings, and potential thereof, right? And the guidance and the warnings on how to maintain and restore the harmony, right? In essence, we talk a lot about the concepts of Orishas, lenses in one's life, right? The Ori's perspective on what I guess incorporations are necessary in order to align someone to get to where they got to get to. So hopefully that makes sense, right? And again, ask questions in the chat if you have questions, right? And I kind of go back and I remind everyone, this is a reason why, people ask me all the time, like, hey, why do you have an institute? You got a full-time job. You're a Babalao full-time. You know what I mean? You're burning yourself out 200%. Well, it's because education is important. Understanding the why behind things is important. Things that I wish that I had more of coming up as an Aleyo, as a new initiate, and as I was coming up as a Babalao.
Let me just say this, is that I was told that initiation without education is an abomination. So you should people that are interested in being initiated should know as much as they can. Otherwise, it's just indoctrination. So we're not indoctrinating you. You need to research what you're going to be getting into, because it's very, very, I mean, once you get into it, if you do it the wrong way, then you'll be pissed off. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that you have the correct education behind what is going on. There's so much stuff out here. I mean, before, when I got initiated, all this stuff didn't exist. So it's out here now. It's on Chat GPT. It's on everything. So there's no reason why you should not know what you're doing. Let's go.
Right, because not everything is sometimes handed to you, and sometimes we have to be able to ensure that we have the information necessary to get to where we got to get to, right? And understand what we're receiving, understand what we're doing. So, as I kind of gave you that idea of the meaning of the consultation, right? Something that I really want you guys to understand. If this is a consultation that you are receiving, right, because you just want to get a vector check, you want to make sure you're aligned, you want to make sure things are moving, right? I want you to analyze this in the same sense as the world turns, right? The moon has its cycles, the earth is rotating, we have a solar system, we're within a solar system within a universe, right? And those things matter because consultations, right, are snapshots in time. Right? And I always like to use the doctor analogy. When you go to the doctor, what does the doctor do? If you're doing a checkup, they do all your vitals, they do all your blood work, they may do x-rays, they may do 100 different things, right? And sometimes you get hurt and you go to the doctor, or you get seriously injured and you go to the doctor, and then they do the same thing, right? They repeat the process. Consultations and these checkups are very important, but again, they're a snapshot in time. Just because you broke your leg and now you got it fixed doesn't necessarily that means that applies, right? Or that prescription or that advice now that your leg is healed is still relevant, right? And you have to look at it in that lens. This is the reason why a lot of consultations, babalaos, we're told, hey, 16 days is when the shift begins. You have basically 16 to 21 days to adjust yourself, to take the medicine, to listen to the advice, alter your spiritual self in order for you to align to your physical self. And that's something that a lot of times people don't truly understand. This is the reason why certain people are hardcore. They get their consultations every 16 days, and it doesn't matter who they are, right? Consult doctors, consult lawyers, consult even pastors. It doesn't matter, right? Because Ifá doesn't care. Ifá is not biased to one thing. Ifá is tolerance. And that's another important piece that we always got to remember, because we
are. Pause.
Yeah. I would like to say this, and there's nothing against this Babalao, and I've been hearing this a lot in the tradition. In our lineage, we were not taught you need something every 16 days. I think a lot of the practitioners have did this to create a source of income. That's my personal belief. That's from my experience. I've had so many people come into my godparents' Elay from other Elays, and they go through like, oh no, I was told I'm supposed to get a reading done every week. If you're living your life as you should, you're listening to your Babalawo or Ianifa, you shouldn't need a reading that often. Me personally, I get a reading done once a year.
Yeah, but yeah, if you're not taking, if you ain't following the prescriptions, then you're probably gonna need it every 16, because you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. So and then every 16 days, if you're not following the prescription, because there's people that like they'll get a reading and don't do it. Don't do the abode, don't do the things that they were told, and so they don't make that life change, and so they got to come back. So we have to like also account for that too. Like just like if you go to the doctor and they tell you, okay, well take your here's your prescription, take this every certain and you come back and you go, either they say go over to this person and then go over to another to follow up. It's like going to the doctor. They have you do a follow-up treatment.
Right.
And they have a regular thing to like make sure that okay, things are going right. Acupuncture. All these things, chiropractic. Once they like adjust you, they want to keep you aligned so that until your things are just up to a certain point where you don't even need that, then you can say, okay, I only need this. I don't need to like come every single day. When you first are doing something, you might need to come back on a regular basis. And but until then, you might need to, because you're not you might not be always doing what you're supposed to do. So that's what I would say when that comes into play.
Right, and that can become expensive. But thing is, that is to your deficit. Cannot blame that on the Babalawo or the END. That's your choice, and your choices are going to cost you. I want to make that clear. This is not nothing is forced upon you. This isn't no Abraham. You have to do this, you do that. No one is going to chase you down. This is not a religion. No one's going to stand over you. We are not your physical parents. We expect people to be adults, unless you are a child, and then that child's parents should be involved in that. But because children get readings as well. You actually get a reading when you're born. Well, before you're born. But these are your choices. If you choose not to listen, it's going to cost you.
And I'm going to say this, is that, probably initially you might need every 16 days, right? To stay on track. Hey, the initial 16 days I believe is just to get you to, just like you go to the doctor, all right, say I have an illness. Don't the doctor schedule my next appointment for at least at least, but you know what? Sometimes doctors, it don't even be every next month, but if it's how severe it is, depends on how long you need to go in between readings. So I would say that.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, unless you let's say severe, something severe. But you probably wouldn't need to do a full get full reading or you wouldn't need to do a full divination, so to speak, to where there's a whole another MO. If you're on track and you're doing what you're supposed to be, this should be a checkup to make sure everything's in alignment. And if something new has entered or anything like that, then that needs to be appeased and everything else, and then you'll do that.
Yeah, but watch out for people that's constantly having you just that's monthly income. Let's not play around with that. Yeah, let's not pretend that that turns into a practice like a doctor. Let's not pretend like that doesn't happen.
The medical industry, they be practicing. The reason why they call it practice.
Right. If you have a very sufficient Babalawo, you don't need you shouldn't have to keep going there every single 16 days. If you're doing what they're saying to do, unless you feel and then here's also another thing I want to say. When you're getting your reading, pay close attention to what they're telling you to do, because really they're teaching you at the same time that they're reading. If they say, all right, this is the sign that came out, do XYZ, remember what they said to do. Because next time you experience XYZ, you just do what they told you to do before, and you won't need to go to them again. This is not about being sufficient on somebody or relying on someone else to tell you what to do. Right. Please pay attention to what they're telling you. Go ahead.
I would tell people personally that if you're getting work done, you personally should you should not only. I personally would. I'm going to actually audio record, so I don't miss nothing, word for word, everything, so I don't forget. Now my Babalawo, even Ifá, we get them a written transcript and typed out and everything. We get instructions. That's how proficient my elders. I don't know about every other. That's how I was taught. I don't know, but you have different people from different lineages, different Babalawos. They create their own system, and they do what works for them. And I don't want to discount any other Babalawo or how they work in their system. They're doing what is working for. They're doing what is working for them and their people. How I've been trained, and I've seen things the way they go. It's the best route is to audio record and to get a transcript of what needs to be done, so you don't forget. That way you have everything you need when you leave the Babalawo to take care of what you need to take care of. until
Yeah,
that.
I came up with an old school Babalawo, and really it was about like the community's accountability. Like so when if I brought a person, then I was there for the reading, and I also recorded it, and it's like okay, well, to make sure that person's on track. Okay, well, remember what he said. So it was almost like community, like there to remind the person. Okay, remember he said to do, don't do this and don't do that. So that's another thing that also comes into play is community. Like there's normally a witness there also. I'm not sure if it's the same thing in your thing.
What's up? Definitely need a witness.
Yep. So did I hear that wrong? Did I forget what happened? So that you remember what they said, because it's a lot. A reading can like last sometimes 3 hours. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I say it's best to auto record so you can go back on your own time and actually check with yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's really about self-realization. All the things in Ifá is not about relying on something outside of you to do anything. The more that you get into it, you eventually become your own self. You'll become a community of priests. You begin to become your own priest and understand what to do for yourself. Mm-hmm. So the objective is not to 100% rely on the Babalawo for the rest of your life. Same thing with a doctor. They don't want you to like keep going to them every 5 minutes. If you're following what they're saying to do, you should at some point be able to like not even need them anymore. But if you continue to have to go to the Babalawo, that means that you're not following direction.
Correct. Very much so.
Right. Let's go.
We're all subject to the same will of God, right? And we need to understand our destiny, and we need to understand how to better reconstruct or better remove or better reinforce, and that's important. So now let's talk a little bit more on the concepts of the Kings, the sacred palm nuts, right? Those sacred palm nuts, right, during full consultation or initiation, right? That is going to always be an ita or itefa, right? And that has a very more stringent way of producing, what that consultation looks like, right? And a lot of times people go that route, but traditionally or typically we use the divining chain, the opele, right? And that's used for daily consultations, every 16-day consultations, right? And the reason why is because it's portable, it's quicker, it's effective in diagnosing spiritual conditions of life issues. And this is the reason why you begin to see that. The other thing that you begin to see, when it comes to the divination systems, right, within Ifá, you'll see something called obiabong. Obiabong is the coconut, right? When it's broken up into 4 pieces, right? The white side up, the black side down, it is casted. Right? It's used particularly for yes and no answers and confirmations, right? It's a direct communication with orishas, right? It's direct communication with the messenger, Eshu, right? In order to ensure that we are traveling in that right direction, right? When it comes to certain topics or maybe certain offerings, making sure that we did everything properly. So there's always going to be that level of understanding and that level of direct communication that I want you to also be exposed to so that you have a better understanding. Obviously, I talked about the Dillogún earlier, and the Dillogún is something that's housed by the Babalochas, the Ialochas, Santeros, Santeras, right? However way you want to look at it, but they're all Orishas, right? So they are crown priests and priestesses, right, of the Orishas. And they use Dillogún, they use shells, right? And they're shells that are pretty typical. Let's see if I have. No, I don't have any shells to kind of give you an example like I had the Kings or the Equilis. But those are going to be things that we got to kind of understand as well. Hey, Shanti, good to see you on here. But they also, right, reflect, right, the Orisha's voice. This is the reason why the Dillogún shells are considered the mouthpiece, right, of the Orisha. Right, so we can also dissect those things. Something about this particular consultation is it's not done, and Lukumi Babalaos do not consult with Orishas. Right, this is a big foul. This is something that if you see happening within a Babalao, especially within the Lukumi traditions, you need to throw the red flag up and say, wait a minute, right? And I would honestly tell you that I know I say that, then you just sometimes do things differently, but that's a red flag, 100%. Don't pass go, don't collect $200, right? Monopoly, but that's something you got to be careful about. We got people that are doing crazy things nowadays. Why? Because they jump on social media, they get an idea and they run with it. Right? And they think that what right looks like, or people are maybe just untrained. right? Or maybe they're just faking the funk and they're wolves in sheep's clothing, right? And you got to be careful with these things. All right, let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper. What is the purpose of a consultation, right? I gave you.
So real quick, if you see a Babalawo doing Dillogún, which is consulting the Orisha, that's a big no-no. But he should be using a king or a Pueli. Or Orisha or a priest of the Orisha uses Dillogún. So I just want to make that clear. So let's go.
The analogy, right, of the doctor and the patient. Now I'm going to give it to you a little bit more extended. You go to the doctor for a specific reason. He does his exams, his tests, and whatnot, right? And what does he do? He comes back and he gives you the results. Hey, the blood work says this, the x-ray says this, this is what you got to do, this is how you're going to prevent X, Y, and Z. He gives you all this good data, right? Okay. And then he says, here's the prescription, take it to Walgreens or CVS or wherever you get your pharmacy meds from, right? And get after it, right? Same process, right? Give you an example. In Ifá, I cast 3 signs. Those 3 signs, right, is my examination. The prophecy reinforces the examination of those 3 signs, those 3 Odun, right? And then what do? I say, well, Ifá gives you advice, pa, 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 and hey, now these eboses come out and pa, 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 that's the medicine. No different than what a doctor would do, right? So whether it's your annual checkup or whether something particular happened to you, you broke a leg, you broke an arm, you got to look at that, right? And this is the reason why this is important to understand. Because consultations fulfill both a spiritual and a practical role. A physical and spiritual come together and they meet up, and now you create greatness, right? So again, yeah, if you guys have any questions, put it in the chat. I don't think you can put it in the chat unless you subscribe, but feel free to do so. Orumila, right? When we talk about destiny alignment, when we talk about Ori Inu, right? We talk about Orumila and the Babalaos doing consultations. And as disciples of Orumila, we understand that Orumila is the Eleri Ibi, the witness to faith, the witness to creation. Right? And only through Ifá can one access their Ori Inu. Going back to what I said earlier, right? I'm getting all this data from you, or I'm having you manipulate different things that are called Ibos. I show you an example of Ibo, right? That's Ibos, right? So either the rock, right? Or you got the shell, or you got, and typically this is what you see in the Lukumi tradition is we have the rock and we have the shell, right? And this is what we tell you to shake, and we tell you to split it up, we do all these things. Anyway, but that direct connection, nonetheless, right, is our way of better communicating with Oriinu, right? Or we say, I need a lot of personal information, your age, your mom's name, your dad's name, and I need to better understand this. If you have hand of Ifá, what's your Abofaka, what's your Ikofa sign, who's your guardian Orisha, because then boom, now I got you, right? And that's your Oriinu that I'm trying to communicate with, and I'm trying to align with, right? In order to diagnose this, either this energetic imbalance or reinforce an energetic alignment that you have. Think about it, right? So now you understand. In a numerology sense, right, you understand you have 256 Oduns, right, which are binary codes, right, because Odu stands for the womb of life, the womb of creation, Odu, 256 of them, that hold all the esoteric truths, almost like a DNA patterns, right, of cause, effect, transformation. Right. And when you look at it, you look at it from a cosmological sense, right? The Oduns are records of every human experience, ancestral path, divine decree, right? From Orun, the spiritual realm, to Aye, right? Earth. So when you look at it, you say, okay, well, consultations track the energy fields of a person, a family, a space. They identify the stagnation, the inversion, the amplification of something called Ache, right? A divine blessing, right? So then when you look at it in that sense, you say, oh, okay, I think I get it. I think I understand. So now you start to kind of say, okay, what is, the consultation truly trying to get to? So now we could dig even deeper and we say, okay, well, consultations distinguish between temporary setbacks, right, and fated conditions, right? So if the consultation is to distinguish between these two set things, right, then we need to do what? We need to begin to analyze that and get to the solution, the prescription, right, the ebo, right? And ebos are to correct those imbalances, right? That prescription that a doctor gives you to reestablish the alignment with Ori, with the eguns, right, the orishas. The ebo is to restore the flow of ire, the blessings, right? Whether that blessing may be aiku, long life, whether it may be ire war, wealth, prosperity. It can be ire ife, right, which is love. It can be ire ache, spiritual power. It can be an array of ires and blessings, right? But what we're trying to counteract is that osorbo, that misfortune, right, of Arum, which is sickness, Iku, which is death, Orphan, which is losses, Epe, the curses and whatnot, that gets diagnosed. And this is the reason why a bowl has to happen. A bowl is super important because your Ori would have never guided you, right, to a consultation if any of that was not valid, if any of that wasn't necessarily, important. So, that leads me to my next point, right, which is, why even receive a consultation if you're not even willing to better understand where that consultation is going to take you? In the Odun of Ifá, in Ogundache, we talk about the sacred word of Orunmila, right, and the offensive nature of why did you get a consultation if you're not going to listen to the advice or you're not going to do the abo? Might as well not even get it, right? So those type of things are important to understand as we try to kind of maneuver where the faith is going, right, and where your spiritual alignment is going. Again, people ask, why are you starting your favorite Babalawo Institute? Right? Because think about everything that I have said thus far, right? The reason why I built a curriculum, the reason why I posted that curriculum and I want people to join, right? The reason why those that have subscribed to certain packages, right, in the membership of this live, I'm going to give you the first month, 4 sessions live, starting in July. You just got to email me, right? So if you got this far, so now let's talk a little bit more. Consultations. Why and when consultations are important. The consultation guide, right, is to guide you through decisions, major decisions. Maybe I want to get married. Maybe I want to open up a business. Maybe my health is deteriorating. I need to get better. Maybe I need to work on relocation. Maybe I want to have a child or I'm childbearing, right? Maybe there's ancestral work that needs to be done. Maybe there's major transitions in my life. Right? Well, that's why Orunmila reveals when to act, what to avoid, and what offerings have to be made in order for you to get into a rhythm, right, that is spiritually aligned with what you need. And those things are important. Right? A couple of things that I would mention is that in the Odun of Eyobe, right, that's the origin of the consultations. That is the beginning of all things. That is the one that speaks about organization. And there's an old saying in Oshe, right, that speaks about Orunmila ni odi elese mesi. Consultations originate in the Odun with the establishment of an Ita, 3 signs, right? And the Itefa ceremony, which many know as, something that we do for Hende Ifa, receiving your Abofa, your Ikofa. Eyobe is where the Odun revelation begins, right? Where the Ita begins, where Oloko and Adeshina, right, are born, right? It commands the force of reparation, right, I guess is the right word I would use, and light, right? So that the very breath of consultations takes action, right? And then when you dump into even Irosu, right, in Irosu Meiji, we talk about that it is through consultations that we know who is deceitful, right? It emphasizes in that sense, that proverb in Irosu Meiji, that, the truth revealing nature is Ifa. To understand where things are going is through Ifa, which is the reason why, even in Ogundache, we talk about the sacred word of Orunmila. Right? When you look at Irete Odura, it highlights the consequences of ignoring consultations, especially with regards to family matters, health, prosperity, and stability. Right? And those things are important for us to remember. So I wanted to share this for a couple of reasons. Right? I wanted to kind of just bring this all together. Why? Because at the end of the day, there's something that I kind of constantly see and I hear. And there's these frequently asked questions. Like, people shoot me emails, and you are all welcome to shoot me emails. If you don't have my email, right, I'm actually going to put it in the chat. Right, so you have it. Shoot me emails. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know if you have a question, right? But some people ask, and especially those who are new to the faith, right, they will ask me, hey, what's the point of the consultation? How often should I do the consultation? Hey, this is my first time doing a consultation. What should I know? What should I do? And me explaining it through this video, I think clears things up. It allows you to kind of see the truth in the matter. It allows you to educate yourself and to empower yourself to see when is it that you need something and when is it that you don't. Again, the common theme is people do consultations every 16 days. I always like to tell people, listen, 16 days, I get it, but money doesn't grow on trees. right? And you're not getting free consultations, right? So we got to be methodical about this, right? So if you know you did a consultation, at least wait a month, right? If things are still flowing and you feel that you're spiritually aligned and you are doing everything you need to do, then maybe you wait every 2 months, right? And those are things that you need to kind of analyze, right? Now, for those of you who have Eco-Fa and Awofaka, another point that I will bring is that remember that your Awofaka or your Eco-Fa, the Odun that you had when you did Hand of Ifa, and that is your foundation to it all. Everything else are pillars on top of that foundation. But that foundation has to be strong, right? If your foundation ain't strong when you're building a house or a building or something like that, right, it's going to fall. It's going to deteriorate. It's going to break. You're going to have to repair it. So I won't tell you that any differently, right? I will tell you, understand that, because that's the foundation. And then you can add the consultations on it. And then you can add the consecrations of other orishas and their advice on top of it, right? But nonetheless, you're going to have to lump all that up together, right? So it's important for you to know yourself, right? Another reason why people ask, hey, why do you do papers on Eco-Fa and Awofaka, right? Why do you put that on your website for people to purchase? Why do you put that? Because I'm very much invested in your spiritual development. Not just because I jump on YouTube and try to teach as much as I can, but no, it takes me to do one paper, it takes me weeks, because what I do is I take your oduns, I take your prophecy, I take as much data as you can give me, which I sometimes think is pretty sad that not everybody has their full consultation or their full ita, right? The 3 signs of prophecy, because I think you don't have a full sight picture, right? And then for folks that leave spiritual homes or their godfather passes away or whatever occurred, right? So word of the wise, right? If that becomes you one day and you need to receive your Hand of Ifá and you receive it, try to make sure that you get all 3 signs. Try to make sure you get your prophecy, your guardian orisha. And even then, try to get as much data as you can out of the situation, right? So then that way you understand your foundation even more, right? So
let's go into that. See, people will get consultations from a babalawo. They don't understand that this is a record of your life. Can you go into how important it is to keep track of everything that you're being told? Like if you go and get like a life reading, say you get you get your warriors, right? And you get your sign, your final sign, your sign that you came on this earth with. Ikofa, right? Is it not Itefa, right? You get that. People get so used to just being told what to do, they're not as interested in recording the information about what they're being told. And then they, what I'm saying, you don't even know what the hell, what's going on. Can we talk about that? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. The importance of, well, just as I was saying before, it's about your choices. If you do not take this serious, the information you're getting serious enough to utilize it, what's the purpose of you even doing
it? Pretty much, right? So whenever you get a reading, you need to be recording everything. You need to be able to go back and check, because this whole thing is about your life and trying to be better for yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm one person that didn't even know this. So trust me, I wish, because he said that whenever your godfather might pass away, my godfather passed away. He was in his 80s. So I can't go back and say, hey, well, what'd you say? Now he has it in a book somewhere, but I don't even know. He recorded it, but he's passed on now. And that's another thing. Practitioners, because they're almost like doctors, they keep records of all their patients, whatever you want to call them, or godchildren. And they know their godchildren. They know them like the back of their hand. They can go into their book and say, okay, so you came here on this day. You could pretty much a real person that's really doing this. It's almost like going to the doctor. They keep records. They know everything they told you. It's not explain the difference between this and a tarot reading. If you go to a tarot card reading, what is the difference? what is the difference between Ifa reading and a tarot reading?
Tarot reading, reading from the what is it? 12 major arcana in tarot.
Yeah.
Tarot is actually part of zodiac. It's a form of divination. It can be accurate, but it's not as detailed as it needs to be. It will give you information. It may tell you the energy of what's going on, but it will not give you any remedy. It may tell you what to look out for, but it will not give you any remedy. And Ifa divination will be so detailed, it's going to tell you specific instructions of what's going on, where the energy is coming from. You got that and proper Babalawo or Ifa is going to ask so many questions. This is why you must be truthful. I'm going to say this, if you are full of shit, it's going to come up. You cannot lie to Babalawo. If you are truly seeking remedy in your life and to change your life, must be truthful. You must be forthcoming. No matter how negative you are you seeking to change these behaviors? If you're not ready to change these behaviors, there's no point. If you're not in the position to change, you're not in the position to change these behaviors, there's no point. It's going to be extremely detailed. I'll speak from personal experience. I got took all the way back to my childhood, all the way back to the things that the traumas I occurred in my childhood. I had to go back and fix. I had to make appeasement with my parents. I had to understand my parents' perspective. So that means I had to correct my vision from a child's vision of experience in my childhood and equate that to an adult. Sometimes that can be very difficult because we have because of the emotional aspect of it. But this is part of the process. None of this is, and I will tell you this, 90% of the time, none of this is comfortable. This is going to take you to some places you've been running from your whole entire life. Can't run no more. Once you come to us, it's wrap. You're going to be made completely aware. Now, this is your choice on if you choose to fix it or not. And a proper Babalawo and Ifa are going to give you all the information and tools to do so.
Right. And so, and we're going to start doing readings here coming up. We're going to probably move this up earlier in the day so we can it's not good to do readings at night. It gets weird, but once the sun goes down, that's it. But I would say that we will begin to do readings. They will we can't do a full reading, but we'll at least do basic readings. And then if you guys have questions about certain things, between Ifa Kolade and myself, being Olarisha and him being a priest of Ifa, because sometimes if I can't answer a question, like him being Oma Awo, he might be able to, with the Opuele, be able to answer the question, because the Dillogún at some point, the Orisha stopped answering questions. So sometimes it's okay, well, I can't answer that no more. But he has the Opuele, and he'll be able to clarify certain things. But we're gonna start off just doing just basic readings, right?
I personally don't want to go any. I wouldn't go any further than yeses and no. Anything further than that, you need a full consultation, and that's going to take a whole type of different setting and time, and a level of actually of tuning into your personal energy. I don't think most people want to have that on a live stream because it can become uncomfortable. You may find out some things that you didn't want to hear, or you don't want the world to know.
I believe that too. So we will start off doing yes and no's for people.
Yeah. Now, you speaking on events and things of that nature like that, we may be able to get a bit deeper. But as far as personal aspects, no.
Yeah, because that could be embarrassing. Because if you have a STD or you have something going on, it'll come out in the reading. Trust me. It'll be like, this person needs to go to the doctor because they have an STD. Like, it'll be really very, like, when you give readings, it can be very, very, you'd be surprised how intricate it is. Very, very, honey, the police is going to come. You got to go to the, watch out for the police. You know, you've been robbing houses. Oh, you know what? Guess what? Whatever white substance you've been like taking, this is how interesting this whole thing. So, especially when you get into Ifá, it gets even deeper into like stuff. The Dillogún, which is what I am as a Olarisha, I do Dillogún and Baba Ifá Kalode. He is Omawo. He is not just yet a Babalao, but he does work with the Puele. That Puele can get really deep about certain stuff, so you have to be very careful about what you want to reveal. But it's a little bit different. Yeah, it's not the same thing as tarot. So just understand that this divination is like a scan of your real life. Go ahead. What you going to say?
Yeah, we don't, like, no Ifá practitioner or Olarisha period is going to give you a tarot reading in the middle of Ifá reading. That if they are doing that, they are false. Or should I say, I'm going to flat out say they fake it. They are not what they say they are. We do not.
And tarot is about the energy. It's not about the number.
Yeah.
And right. So
it's not the same. It's not the same thing. Not at all. Not at all. It's a form of. There are many forms of divination. I mean, the Chinese have I Ching we were speaking on before, but you know what I'm saying. There are many different forms of evidence, and they have this is so wide when you actually come into this understanding. And I'm still a student, as we all are. We're students for life. But this is a very intricate, but it's not. It shouldn't be so confusing to where you can't understand.
It shouldn't. Yeah, and I think that, like I said, it's been brought to us to bring it out. It's been put on our laps to bring this whole thing out and start to do readings. So we're gonna execute this in the most respectful way possible, because I'm not trying to have all the Ifá practitioners like you. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Okay.
I do anything. It's gonna be done with Old. I'm not gonna go any further. I'll probably do Old.
I'll have my 4 calories. I'm not gonna go into any deeper, or if I do coconut, whatever. But I'm not gonna go too deeper into the 16. If you want to get 16, you're gonna come and do a real actual reading, because I don't want to embarrass nobody online.
They find out that your wife cheating on you. You want that on live stream.
And you know what? I've been waiting for Laura to come back, because I was gonna go into the reading we did about like World War III, so you could just see the level of intricacy, how this stuff really can get. You know how, but I'm gonna just go ahead and. I don't know if he's going to come back or not. Let me just call him real quick and see if he's coming back. So, but while we're doing that, I'm going to just play this a little more while I'm trying to figure it out. So give me a second. And what do you think about what he's saying so far, though?
Oh, this Babalawo is actually very knowledgeable. He's very on point. I like how he has set up his Ile and his system. He's very educational, which my godparents are such as well. He's created an institute. As I said before, I'm a member of Marche So Ile. The 4E Institute is pretty much our school. This is the school we go through. We have classes. We have classes in the physical, as well as we have classes inside the virtual online. We have classes on specialties. So not everybody in the tradition is meant to be a priest. You have those in the tradition who are just meant to be healers. I'm a healer as well. I'm a plant medicine healer. This is what I do. That's part of my my work. That's when my destiny is fulfilled. That's how I hear. I'm supposed to help heal people.
I shame so. Yeah, so let's listen to a little bit more because I really enjoy it. He's really and all the things that you talked about before, when you talked about even you don't need a 16-day. You can do it like a month, you can do months, whatever. It's not about that. So that he actually addressed this. Let's go.
Beautiful story of your destiny. Nobody else's. That's your destiny. And I'm not talking about a destiny that you're going to pick up and you're going to go to Dr. Google or you're going to go to whatever large language model AI you have. And you're going to say, hey, tell me about Odileke. And you get all this. No. It doesn't work like that. The Oduns are particularly interpreted by Bawalaos in a certain sequence and order with the prophecy in order to give you some solid advice. And that is something that you're always going to need to know. Right? So that's something that's important. Oh, Shanti, yes. Everybody understands their first sign. Hey, you're Odileke. Hey, you're a Yobe. Hey, you're Irosonka. Hey, you're this, that, and the other. That is called your Toyale, Shanti. So yes. But a lot of people don't understand that your Toyale is accompanied by an Okuda, the second sign, the first witness. And then it's accompanied by a third sign, which is your Tomala, which is your second witness. And they each play a function along with your prophecy. Right? And those are the deeper things. I think I find myself at times, and I've done this for several people, where now we have to repeat the Ita. Not that you got to go through the full ceremony again, but we bring down Ifa. We do the ebo with a tablero, which is called the Opun Ifa. Give you an example of one, right? This is an example on Opun Ifa, right? And we have to open up with Ifa again. We have to mark the information that we have, right? And then we have to be able to go ahead and now pull those two signs out again with the prophecy, because a lot of times people don't have all the data. Right. And I would tell you that people who have transferred into my spiritual house, you know what I mean? They're now part of the family. I don't want to shortchange them. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull the other two signs. I'm going to pull out the prophecy. I need to understand them so they can better understand themselves. Right. And I draft them up paperwork, no different than the ones that I have on my website to purchase, so that they have the strong foundation. So that now you can build upon it. Right. Now you can build upon it more effectively. Right, so that's Ifa divination, right? That's Ifa and hand of Ifa. Those are three Oduns that you get. That's your prophecy. So food for thought. Hey, Buddha boy Abucheche, David, good to see you on here. I only know Osaobe, Osarafobeo, Piriti, the spiritual consultations, right? That's what Ifa talks about in Osaobe. But how effective, Shanti, would it be if you had Osarafobeo? And how is Osarafobeo reinforced? And how are the solutions to your problems and how you grow into your destined path? Now we're talking about a full picture. Sarafobeo, piriti. Good on you. Spiritual person, strong connections to Eguns, mafarafung eshu. You can talk about that all day, but we're missing things, right? And that's the key. That's the key to it all, right? So making sure that we have a full picture. But don't worry, Shanti, and for anybody else who doesn't have their three signs, those things that can be reproduced, right? Now, the Toyale is important. The Toyale, your first sign, is very important to know. Your guardian Orisha is very important to know, and those are not things that we will repeat. But how to reinforce that Toyale, that with that Okuta and that Tomala, that first witness and second witness, we have to have it, and we got to see how that interacts, and those are important to have. You may receive multiple Oduns as well when receiving hand of Orumila. Ay, bro boya, Ochun Foke, Munde, Alada, Guru Boya Bucheche to you, Ikaro. So Fortuna, I'm gonna tell you like this. Everybody gets a Otoyale, right? And there is going to be those moments, right? When a Meiji comes out. But when a Meiji comes out, that's one thing. When a Meiji comes out on your second sign, the Okuda, let's say it came out Eyobe, the first Odun, the beginning of things and the end of things, then we will not throw a third sign. That is okay. You will see where some people have two signs and some people have three signs. That is okay. The Buddha Boya. Okay. No good. All right. Teammates, my spiritual E-land, YouTube land.
All right. So he's just going through people asking questions about their Odu. I was trying to reach out to Laurel. He's not answering. I don't know what's going on. But let me, I think this is an interesting thing that happened. I'm gonna just remove this real quick. This was an interesting thing that happened. So we did a reading on World War III. All right. So, and you might be able to like give some information about like, you know, maybe from the Odu perspective. I'm not sure like if you like, you know, how much you remember. Because, you know, some people like, you know, read the book and stuff. But hold on, let me just find this. All right, we're going to go into the reading for World War III, just to give you an idea of how it works, okay? This is, you know, hold on, let me see this. Hold on. Let me try to find. I had it up here, and I don't know why I like closed it out. Just do this. Okay, here we go. All right, so the Odu came out 6 Obara, 8 Ogunda, and 7 Od. So that is the actual Odu that came out for World War III. So let me show you what it came out for me. And so you know, Obara, Ogunda, and Od. Those were the 3 signs. Okay, so let's go over the first sign. All right. And then maybe you can expand on the Odu and what that particular Odu means. Okay, so let me do this. Let me just
I probably wouldn't be the best to actually to go. I'm at the moment. I wouldn't be the best to completely go over. I would have to go into like word. I would actually consult and go into and actually look up the Odu.
Right. So
yeah.
So let me go into the first Odu for World War III. So the first one is Obara. Obara is the mouth, rhetoric, public messaging, ego, and political talk. In geopolitical questions, Obara often points to heavy talk of conflict, leaders posturing, media amplification, situations being inflamed by words. Translation: noise is loud right now. This is about escalation in speech and positioning, not necessarily immediate war action. The second is Ogunda. Okay, so you have Obara. So Obara saying, you know, this. So okay, you have 3. You break it down. You have 3 Odu. The first one outlines the situation. The second one outlines the 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 birthing of what birthed it and how it is like showing up, right? The second is the current situation, and the third is how it all resolves. Okay, so right, first one, the surface layer. Okay, 6 Obara. Okay, talk of conflict, leaders posturing, media application, situations being inflamed by words. Translation: the noise is loud right now. This is about escalation in speech and positioning, not necessarily immediate war action. And as you can see, that's exactly what's happening. There's no immediate war about to happen. So the next thing, okay, the next is Ogunda. So that is 6. Then I think it was like 6, 8. Okay, Ogunda, the pressure underneath. Ogunda is conflict energy, steel military force, cutting action. In the world scale question, it can indicate real tensions exist. Military readiness is hard power in the background. Situations that could escalate if mishandled. But Ogunda in the middle position often means the capacity for conflict is present but not yet fully unleashed. So yes, there is a real friction energy in the global environment, which aligns with observable reality. Okay. The 7th I mean, the third final Odu for World War III is OD, right? It's OD, right? So, like I said, the Odu is how a thing is birthed and what is the birthing of it, and so it breaks it down into three different signs: what birthed it, what's happening right now, and then what is the outcome. So this is the final Odu for that. Now, I did not go into whether it's an Ray or Osobo. All right, so
Tell them
third,
what that.
say it again.
Have you explained what E-Ray is?
E-Ray means good, everything could like kind of work out. Osobo means it's gonna be an issue, it's gonna be a problem, you know. So OD, the outcome, containment. This is the most important part people usually miss. OD governs containment, walls, barriers, things being held in, situations being restricted or blocked, delays, bottlenecks, stalemates. When OD closes a question about major conflict, it usually means movement toward full outbreak is restricted, slowed, or contained. Putting it together. Obara, loud war talk and political heat. Ogunda, real tension and capability underneath. OD, structural forces are currently holding things from fully breaking open. In plain language, the environment is tense and noisy. The potential for conflict exists, but there's a strong containment forces presenting full-scale eruption right now. What it's not saying, there's not going to be immediate global war outbreak, sudden uncontrolled escalation, a near world scenario. If Ogunda or Osa had closed the reading, the tone would be much more volatile. OD is a break pedal sign. It's like, no, there's nothing going to happen. So from a real world perspective, this reading aligns with what we actually see globally. Heightened rhetoric, military tensions in some regions, but massive economic, political, and nuclear deterrence, discouraging full world war.
So basically, from a real world perspective, this is all a show.
Pretty much. And that is a reading about World War III based on Dillogún. Those are the three signs that are birthed in this situation. That, yeah, no, it's at least not right now. Right. You know,
it's a posture for power and the illusion of control.
Pretty much. And I could have like really went deeper into it with the next, 12 to 24 months energy looks like and stuff like that, but I just didn't want to do it. But pretty much, it's straightforward, you know.
And that's how, I mean, just this was a very simple. She did this very simple and plain. These are how readings go. Now, the deeper we go, the more intricate, the more path, the more energy, the more things, and like the deeper we go, the more details we have, the more intricate things become on how these things work. But this is the major aspect of it. Now you can get the details on how these things occur, how these things will show up. But from what we've seen, if you're an intelligent person, it's unnecessary. At this particular point in time, it's pretty, you're aware, it's a show.
It's straightforward, yeah. So, why go deeper, And and one last thing, I want to go into the Ori real fast. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to go into because a lot of people say it's witchcraft, right?
What, Ori?
Huh?
People are saying Ori is witchcraft?
Or that Ifá is witchcraft. Can you go into that, the difference between witchcraft? Because before you got here, we had a Naphtali who's a Hebrew Israelite, and she was pretty much saying the system is witchcraft. Can you expound on that?
First of all, this is not an Abrahamic religion. Abrahamic religion is a belief system. all these different type of characteristics and things and people that occurred inside these different type of things. Most of these things cannot be proven. These people cannot be found. And no disrespect to any of the Abrahamic traditions and their belief systems and what they believe, because they live this. That is their life, and they believe it and they love it. And if it works for you, that's fine. But witchcraft is a system within itself. Witchcraft usually deals with a lot of it's okay. I'll speak from the perspective of, well, my personal perspective is as an occultist. I've studied throughout my life. I've been a part of a multitude of different systems. I traveled through a few religions till I got to the point, and I gathered enough confidence and understanding of myself to where I began to want to know the science of how things work, the spiritual science of how things work, and how to receive and understand my own power. So I've traveled through from dealing with Kabbalah magic to dealing with the left hand path. I was raised in I'll start from the beginning. I was raised in this spiritual system, in the religious system of Islam. As a small child, I understood Christianity with my grandmother, but it did not stick. I didn't fully understand it until I became older. I went through, my father took me through Islam. I moved from Islam and I began to study the Sufis. Every last one of these Abrahamic religions have more or less a magic or a manipulation of energy sect, a priesthood that does the spiritual work for them. Islam has the Sufi sect. They are the priests. They deal with the energy. They are the healers. No one calls them demons. No one calls them devil worshippers or what they do, witchcraft. Christianity and the aspect, or depending on what aspect you have of it, if you truly believe in the Old Testament, or they say you taking it onto the New Testament. People said the works and acts of Jesus Christ was witchcraft. How could it, even though it was symbolism, how could he walk on water? How could he heal people? How did he bring Lazarus back from the dead? How could you not, if you believe that you're the dead, a high vibrational spiritual teacher has the ability to bring someone back from the dead, and you don't call that witchcraft, how do you call a system that is so detailed that in assisting you witchcraft? You can only call it that if you personally have not experienced it. And I tell people, step outside of your box, your comfort zone. Your comfort zone is what is blocking your evolution. I judge no one. Truly understand that. I have no disregard, no nothing. I respect all. Push past your comfort zone to accumulate your own personal power. I take it to account, like as you get into the Abraham religion, such as Christianity, you begin to study the life of Jesus Christ. From my understanding, everything he said inside that book was telling you to do what he does and to live as he lived, not to worship him. Magic itself is the manipulation of energy. That's all it is. As the Bible said, everything is energy. This is what Christ did. Christ wasn't a soul. And Christ is a title, not a person. So I'll just say Jesus. Jesus was, or Yahshua, if they want to get from the Hebrew aspect. This man was a high priest. This man was skilled in healing. This man was skilled in energy work. The system in which that was used at that particular point in time by their people was Kabbalah. Kabbalah is the Hebrew is the priesthood The Kabbalah priesthood is the priesthood for Abrahamic religions, or not. Well, Islam is Abrahamic religions, but such as the Jews, so to speak, in the Hebrew Israelite aspect. Do they study Kabbalah? And if you are a Hebrew Israelite, and you do not study Kabbalah, you're leaving a key part of your evolution and your personal spiritual system out, because you're not talking because that is where your remedy lies. But it's taught as a whole entire another system altogether when it's not. That is the basis of the whole entire Abrahamic traditions. Is Kabbalah work. That's where your Kabbalah work, where you go into your tree of life. Tree of life meaning your the same system that the Indians call your Kundalini. Witchcraft, no, the people who do witchcraft, they call it witchcraft, such as Wicca and these things of nature like that. These are whole entire spiritual systems within itself that is completely separate. They do not do the things we do, and they don't do the things that we do. I'm sorry. They don't do the things that we do, and we don't do the things that they do, so to speak. Most people in the Abrahamic traditions now is the way that they're taught. Anything outside of what they're teaching is devilment. It's negative. It's tapping into Satan. That's not true. And in our tradition, as the brother was speaking on Eshu, the divine messenger, which he is so much more than that. People tend to call Eshu because Eshu is the policeman, so to speak. If you're doing something negative, Eshu, you can be punished. Eshu is the hand that will punish you. Eshu is looked at as a trickster or some aspect, like his whole entire attention is meant to confuse you and trick you and things like nature like that. No, not at all. What Eshu may do is allow you to trick yourself, but the outcome of you tricking yourself is to come out of it as you go through that to learn your lesson. And once you've learned the lesson, growth comes about through it. This is no antagonization factor to where this entity is going to come and cause turmoil inside your life forever and ever and on, and these things, eternity and these things and nature like that. Or if you're tapping in like you're making some deal with some devil and anything like that, that's not what's going on. This is not that. Also, as I explained, I've spoken to Hebrew as people in the different traditions. They tend to believe that Orisha practitioners, we worship statues and things of nature like that. No, we do not. We do not worship those statues. No, none of this type of. All these are like your pot or this is where you make. This is.
I know. Don't say we worship the ancestors. We worship them, and it was even a question that they asked: do we sit around at a table and almost like we in a seance level type of thing? Like I'm like, what? Like, no, we don't sit around. And then here, hold on, let me find a way. Do you guys sit in a circle or at a table communicating with the dead? It's like, no, we don't do that.
Not at all. I've never had an ancestor communicate with me in such form. Now, I have had ancestors come to me in my dreams, and they may sit in my bed, and actually we may have a conversation that it may need to have happened. You know what I'm saying? That happens. And I know that happens for a lot of different people. Whether you're in the tradition or not, your ancestors may come through. You may have a strong ancestor who is powerful in the physical, such as your grandmother. No matter what her religion and everything was, due to her life and the works that she did and the energy she put out, she had spiritual authority. She'd be able to cut through and actually communicate with you after she's gone. There is no worship of our ancestors. What we're doing is we're giving them honor. Just the same as and thing is, this is innate. It's part of our culture. In the hood, when he died, people pour out a little liquor, say his name. We love you, R.I.P. All that. That's the same thing. That's ancestor veneration. We're venerating our ancestors. We're raising them up. We're holding them at high honor. That's not the same as worship. I'm not going to my ancestors, bow to my ancestors, and I don't know. I can't even say.
Give me $20, ancestors. You know, that's not what
it's gonna happen like that. No, it's not. No, not at all.
Ancestors, everything's going mad. Ancestors, because you ancestors come and do something. That's not what's happening. No, it's like I just give reverence to exactly.
I give reverence to, veneration to our ancestors.
We don't forget our ancestors. We don't like say when a person dies that we just like completely forget them. Because when you throw them in a cemetery, same thing with our elderly. We'll throw them in a old folk home and then just let them like just rot away. Right. That's not the African way. That's not how we used to do things. We don't like throw our elderly away. And when people pass on, we don't just throw them away, forget them. We will make a shrine them and say, you know what, you lived here, you were here, you were part of our life. You know, we don't forget them. We say, hey, you know, your energy still exists. You know, I want to keep your energy. It still exists in this world. We still respect you for the time that you spent. We have Martin Luther King Day, we have Malcolm X Day, we have President's Day. You know, that's ancestor veneration.
I'm gonna give you one even deeper, and I'm gonna make it more. I'm gonna take it all the way home. Every last person who's watching this can go in their pocket and pull out a dollar bill. What's on that dollar bill? The face of what?
Ancestor.
They put him on the money to what?
A dead president, right? He's dead, right? But why is he on the dollar, right?
What he's on the dollar for, so you do not forget him.
Forget them, right? And every time you spend that dollar, you are remembering an ancestor.
Right. So every person who does, so if you participate inside this money system, you're participating in European ancestor veneration. They're just not doing it out in the open, but they're doing the same thing they're telling you not to do. We got to get beyond the delusion. We have to pull ourselves out of this Western ideology and Western culture and Western thought process. It's not natural to us.
So then she asked, what about possession, being possessed by a spirit? What are your thoughts on that?
Being mounted. I saw it, but until you experience it, it's something totally different. I'll give you my experience. Or I'll tell you like this from what you see as a person that has not been mounted yet from when it happens from the outside looking in. You see a person completely relaxed to the point to where they don't have, it may seem as if they do. They're there, but they're pretty much sometimes the Orisha may mount you to truly have a full conversation with your Ori. And in this process, you may dance around. That may be part of the process of what caused you to go into trance, to open yourself up enough for them to actually come in and that connection to be made. And when that connection happens, that's a certain energy work and energy transfer which happens between you and that Orisha. You see people dance and dance and dance and dance. Sometimes you see different orishas. You may have a person, while they've been mounted, they may become invincible. They may be able to sit themselves in fire because that orisha has come and has actually come into them, and to where their physical is no longer physical anymore. Seen it. Complete body all on fire. Fire will not burn them. People people cutting themselves with glass, chewing up glass, things that nature like that. These type of things happen. All these things, Spirit is showing you that the power of you. None of these orisha are outside of you. Nothing in this spiritual tradition is outside of you. All these things exist with inside you. Now you have five major reasons. And we spoke on Olokun, which is the ocean or the source of water, period. I got mounted for the first time at the beach during the Olokun celebration. Olokun took me to Olokun's realm. I'll go into that in a second. But
what? Wait. Olokun took you into the water, deep into the water, the bottom of the ocean?
Oh yes. But it's not, it's interdimensional. It's not what you think it is. We were not exactly in the ocean like I'm in water and all this. He took me to a realm where I'm living and breathing in and all this and all that. And like he was comfortable. Like it was like the sun was setting at a certain point and it stopped right there. I have not been in my life in a more peaceful state. That's where I was energetically, my soul, everything. I was there and I saw what I needed to see at that particular point in time for Olokun to give me the healing that I needed at that particular point. What my physical body was going through, I was standing there yelling at the top of my lungs, like this. I didn't know none of that. I felt with my own body. I thought I was just doing this. My daughter was there. And, I mean, it was like, she like all this. She saw this in the account. That's how I got the proper account of what was going on. I felt so good. I felt so at peace. I felt like I was at home. I received a level of healing that I needed at that particular point in time, and I went forward. In that case, I came up out of it. I woke up, I was being held up by my Elasa brothers and sisters. I had a foam being put on me to calm me down. I was being sprayed with OT, which is alcohol. Alcohol is a spirit, which can be utilized for a multitude of different purposes. It was a lot going on at that particular when I came out of it. And I had to sit down because I was completely exhausted physically.
You're saying that you felt like you were like,
top of my lungs screaming.
But you were just,
Yeah. But then I watched it happen to 4 other people before it happened to me. I didn't think I was gonna get mounted. Not at all. And the thing is, that's how it happened. You're not in control of this. But I'm gonna say the same thing though. If anybody in the neighborhood, especially the Christians, want to speak on it, what happens when you in church and you get the Holy Ghost? You dancing around. What happens when you speak in tongues? Same thing. What we do is not witchcraft, and it's not so dissimilar. But yeah, that's my personal experience on being mounted. It's something you see. I wouldn't fear it. I wouldn't fear people who are mounted. Because inside that situation, we have certain people in the ELA to take care of people so no one hurts them. Or no one is.
So she said, okay, but you guys You just said you don't deal with spirits, entity from another realm. And so what was happening is that, like, when Laura was talking, he says it's about vibration. And all this stuff is just a vibration of energy. And I even talked about the fact that, listen, that this is not anything outside of you that's like coming down and inhabiting you. This is really you, but on a different, like, conscious level. Like, you, when the energy of the room reaches a certain level, just like even in church, right? Mm-hmm. They're playing that music and something, and you end up elevating to a point where you're not even in the room anymore. Your consciousness is not even in the room. Your consciousness is elevated past your body, and then that is what happened. Is that? I mean, would you say that's kind of similar to what about right or wrong?
Oh, completely right. When you're in church, what makes it so powerful is the combination of everybody inside that room being on one accord, to the point to where all your energies begin to combine, and y'all working and combine on one accord, one focus.
And the music. Let's talk about the music. How the drums and all the organs and all that stuff playing a part of this whole thing. Playing certain sounds and this, that, the other. That the music is the thing that kind of like pushes you out of your body a little bit too.
Yes, just like you got trance music that you can pop inside your radio and listen to, it'll kind of make you relax, and it kind of make you like, trance music kind of take you into meditation. Excuse me. In the tradition, we have our drums. We have our drums. We have different instruments and everything. It's the same as a drum set. It's the same as their organ. It's the same if any horns are playing and everything inside the background. It's the same as that choir singing, which is a vibration. All of them singing inside unison. We have arikis that we sing, which call down different orisha, or bring about the energies of these orisha, and open us up to receive the blessings and the healing of these orisha.
Now let me tell you this. Tell me this, right? So you said you used to be a security guard, right? And what I said is that, listen, the same thing happens in clubs.
Oh yeah, you turn on that immediately. That song come on that's hot right now. Everybody get dancing in the middle of the floor and turn up. It's the exact same thing. It's our culture. It's our innate. It's etched inside our DNA. We're in the club drinking, and we wanted to put to the, and you taking on the spirit. Most people drinking to the point where you have opened yourself up. All music has a frequency and a vibration to it. All things have a frequency and a vibration to them. But a lot of this music that we're listening to right now, when you come inside the club, it's so low vibrational. And these low vibrational will get up at these low vibrations. A lot of times they tap into our root chakra. They get us moving. You know what I'm saying? Because it's physical. But it opens up a doorway, a lot of these, for the negativity of the words to come in and penetrate and program at the same time.
I mean, tell me one of the craziest stories you've seen that seems supernatural as a bouncer, as a security guard at a club, where you're like, this is not a normal situation right here.
A normal situation. We used to do what you call it, the raids, to where the what they call them here in St. Louis, the Wookiees and everything. They used to come out dressed with the little furry costumes and shit. They ain't gonna get off into that. I don't want to be
disrespectful. You used to be a rave DJ, a rave security guard. Oh my god, I'm sure you saw, because they were on all kind of crazy. The ecstasy, the LSD, and that stuff takes you into high, super duper consciousness that will have you like, what? Like, so, okay, You got a story. I know you got a story.
Mm-hmm. The lights. I've seen people's faces transform. As a spiritual practitioner, maybe it's because my lens, due to the vibration and frequency I've been attuned to, I can see what some other people don't see. I've seen certain negative spirits run and jump from one person to another, to another, to another, to another, to another. It's, like I said, it's something to see, especially like when you would be in these allies, so to speak, such as LSD, which is mescaline. Such as LSD, which is DMT, I believe, which is something that your body naturally produces. It's just giving it to you from an outside form at a concentrated level to where you've been given a frequency boost. This frequency boost can be positive or it can be negative. I think these things, as such, these allies should be done in the controlled environment. I don't think these things should be done recreation. We become the culture, this Western culture has become escapism. Everybody is seeking to escape their day-to-day reality due to the conditions that we're living in as human beings on this planet. Due to that fact, people develop addictions and things of that nature with these allies, and they lose control over themselves.
Tell me, listen. You say you work the rave club. I'm sure you have seen. I mean, you say you see spirits jumping from people to whatever. But what have you? I mean, I know you've seen.
Fights break out. I can feel the fight happening before it happens. That's how attuned I became. I could feel it, like the energy. Something getting ready to pop off. It is getting ready to pop off within a few minutes. Tell my team, get ready, because we finna have to go to work. You feel it. And if you've been doing it
at a rave club or at a hip hop club, did you spend mostly rave clubs and
rave club, hip hop too? Alcohol. Ooh, is a very, 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 very powerful. The spirits that are in those, that that's why there's people. We got to watch what we drinking, and the intentions behind when we take in these spirits, and how much you drink, they will take you to a level to where you lose control over yourself.
Man, go into that. The alcohol, that's a demon, is it right?
I mean, it can be. Alcohol can actually be an ally. Me as a security, I've been in certain situations to where I've had a drink and it heightened me. It allowed me to level up. Or I'll walk in, and I'm so high vibrational that I'm so bothered to where I can't do nothing inside that space because I'm not comfortable there. I may need to bring down my vibration a bit. And alcohol will actually do that as well.
Right, and like drink something like to even be able to walk into the space because
to walk into the space and be to do what I need.
Alcohol is a vibration.
Yes.
Wow.
And difference between brown and white, depending on the person. I know some people say brown bring you down, white turn you up. I know some people brown turn them, white bring them down. It all depends. It depends on your state of mind before you drunk it. What's going on inside your life. The music you're listening to controls that as well, because the music and these words they're saying are programmed. I've seen 30 people in the crowd pass out due to the DJ have it set up, the lights are going everywhere, and then the strobe lights will come on. and the strobe lights will create by going on and off, on and off, on and off, very, very fast. Will heighten somebody's frequency up to the point where they lose control of themselves and their body can't handle it, and they'll pass out, right, and have them laying on the floor.
You see 30 people pass out at once?
Oh yeah, I've seen it happen.
What?
Also,
so they have a club.
Some of these DJs, and the thing is, every last one of those 30 people are probably on the same drug.
Wow. What has been your experience with people on ecstasy? Have you seen like a certain thing that happens with that?
Yeah, I've seen people high for 16 hours, be calm, cool, talk to you, a car drive past, or you talking about in the club or just on a personal level?
I mean, both. Like, I'm more interested in the clubs thing because I think that's when you have that many people in one space. You have a group type of situation where everybody's in one space and they're probably in one mind.
Right. I have no idea what, unless I have no idea what these people are on when they walk into the club. A lot of times they do the drugs that they're doing. It may be candy because we're searching for patting people down a lot of the times.
So you don't even know what they're on. You
don't
just see
what they're on. I couldn't even tell you.
Acting a certain way, like, you know. All right, so tell me the difference between like a rave club and like the hip hop club and like the dynamics that happen in both ones.
Hip hop club.
Rave club is dealing with probably like more hallucinogens, ecstasy, ketamine,
yeah,
acid and MDMA, right?
Right. Those
meth and a little bit. Sometimes you might have meth, right? But then you go to the hip hop club and it's alcohol and weed.
Alcohol, weed, cocaine.
Tell me the difference in those two environments.
Cassettes, lean, all these different type of things coincide inside the club, and they all have different effects. Depending, because like cocaine is an upper, the opiates are downers. That will have the type of effect on how your night's going to be, on how these things affect you, and how they take hold.
So, do you know if it's going to be a high opium night or a high weed night or a high I mean, I never really talked to a security guard to like know, like, do you know? Okay, like it's a lot of like heads in here or a lot of coke heads in here. Watch out because when the coke heads come in, it's a problem. Or when the weed people come in, they don't. Huh?
You won't see the effects normally until an hour after into the night goes about. After the drugs start to take effect, then you'll start to see people coming out with a little bit of booger sugar on the nose, or whatever they were snorting. It could have been crystal, what they were in the bathroom doing. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. People in the club, they burning. They're smoking weed. Alcohol. A lot of these clubs now you can smoke weed in the club. Things of nature like that. I don't have that. I don't see those type of things having too much of an effect like that.
So the weed clubs are cool. They're not. It's not so bad, right?
So when alcohol is introduced, it's the alcohol that brings problems.
The alcohol is the worst one, huh? Out of all of them, huh?
Brings the problems because people can't control themselves, and it usually brings about. Alcohol is like truth serum to most people. It's going to bring out your true self. You have an inner rage about you. It's going to bring out that inner rage, and you're going to become irritable. And next thing you know, you want to fight. And then alcohol makes you believe you're invincible. So you may get knocked out that night. You know what I'm saying? Or it happens.
So you would say like probably like the worst clubs you were ever like been to were they were mainly clubs that had like a high alcohol like focus versus like the rave scene. Would you say the rave is worse than the
rave scene? Is completely different. It's usually they come in peaceful. They're usually, you might find a few people shooting up dope in like heroin or something. You'll find them nodding off in the corner somewhere. And if they overdose, your ambulance is getting ready to be called, which happens. Acid, people on that, people on LSD, you know, that type of deal. The India, it's a multitude. You might have people on mushrooms. They may go through. They may be going through a mushroom experience.
A mushroom experience.
And some of these things I personally.
So how do you manage that? Like, okay, a person on LSD or mushrooms might not even know about reality right at that moment. They might not be in the right. So how do you manage that as a security, or like say, okay, this person is wild.
Make sure they're safe. Once they become uncontrollable, we're going to talk to the people who are with them, and it's time for them to go home, or it's time for y'all to go home.
So is it but you know when they're okay, this guy's on shrooms or he's on.
But the only thing I can do is control their safety while they're inside the establishment, and once they go off, the people, hopefully they have good people with them to take care of them. Because when you're inside that state, you need to be taken care of.
What about anything with meth or ice, or does that like do anything weird? Like when people like do they be on meth and stuff?
St. Louis, that's not too much of a big deal here.
Well, because a lot of gay clubs. That's the drug of choice. Gay clubs is meth. Gay
club. I've never done security inside of an LBGT establishment, so to speak.
Man, so the rave, and then you have like the hip hop. So all right, so remember like back when like you had like the I ain't never scared. Yeah. Was that probably one of the worst times when the crunk music was at its height? Do you think that was like one of the most violent times in like club as a security guard, or is it more worse now?
It all depends on how people respect the security. Some people know not to play with the security. Some people might think they tough and want to try. That's a song to turn you up, build confidence, to build you up. I ain't never scared, but don't lose your mind. Know where you at and know what you're dealing with. You drunk, I'm not. It ain't gonna go well for you.
Right.
You may end up like choked out and being drugged to the front door, being handed off to the police, because we're not the police.
So all right. So
I'm locking no one.
See yourself more in like with the hip hop music today. How many people do you see getting drugged out to police now versus back in, like, I would say, like in the 2000s, like early 2000s? Do you think it's more worse now than it was then, or do you think people are more like in their phones and they, even though they're at the club, they probably like looking at their phones more than everything? Like, do you think it's like more calmer now or more worse back when we were young?
Well, I actually personally got out of the club scene and got out of the club scene and began to do executive protection and private security as far as like that. I got into the entertainment, the upper levels, because it didn't pay enough to be choking the people out and beating people up inside the club. I wanted to get away from that as much as possible and risking my life, because St. Louis has been the murder capital of the world for a very long time, in and on and off with other cities. When you walk outside that club, you may knock that person out, but they outside waiting on you when you get off. And it's getting ready to be a shootout.
So here's a question: like, have you found yourself when it comes to celebrities in some weird situations? Like, okay, what with Epstein and all this weird stuff going on, what you experience?
I'll say this: as in that realm, in the security realm, usually they hire us for our discretion. Now, I'm not going to go beyond my moral capacity, because I am an initiated priest. I wouldn't go beyond my moral capacity, but if I'm pushed beyond my moral capacity, this is not the personal client I need to hand them off to somebody else.
So, without like saying no names, what's the worst thing that you experienced dealing with celebrity stuff.
I mean, just seeing that tough shit that they speaking in their songs, they not living, and they're the most scary person in the world. I've heard a person on stage to where this he's talking about gun shooting and I'm the most top killer and all the rest of this type shit. Gunshots to go off inside the club. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! You know, that scary shit. How you this big tough gun clapper, but you scared of gunfire, and it ain't even nowhere near you. But you know what I'm saying? That's fearful. I mean, like very scary. A lot of these guys are just tough talkers. They're scary.
Do you think a lot of like those like celebrities that you've encountered, do you think they might be either on the spectrum or like of ADHD or autism?
Some of very much so. And I think these record companies take full advantage of that.
I think, oh my God, I'm glad someone like agrees with me on. I was like, I think these people, they purposely find people on the spectrum, you know.
They because they're easy to control. They only want they want instant gratification, and if you can give them that, if you can change their lifestyle in one day, give them the confidence and make them work and put a nice amount of money in their pocket to give them the confidence to, you know, to do what they do, stunt and live the lifestyle that they're choosing. They'll do anything. They'll say anything. And a lot of these artists are programs. They're plants. They're meant to control culture. They're meant to control a group of people. The people in like the drill culture, which is not this drill culture, which is rap music. It's not hip hop. That's my personal belief as a hip hopper. It's not hip hop. This drill culture. This drill culture is death music. That's all it glorifies is death music. And it creates a circle of it. As you listen to this music, you want to live this lifestyle, you glorify this lifestyle, you're living this. You have people who are not this, who wish to become it because they see it as this is the popping thing, this is the cool thing to do. So you got people out here who are in their videos, they this top killer, this big gangster and all of this, but you got real people in the crowd who live this shit, who want to be just like you because you're pushing this, you're elevating this thing, you're making this thing cool with your performance, your words, the music you do, the catchy things you're saying, the lifestyle you live. People live on social media. The money, it's the waving money in your face, but you'll never get the money they're getting because the lifestyle they're living will never bring it to you. So the lifestyle they're pushing only equates to death.
Man, this has been like a great conversation. I can't wait to like come back and talk about more, you know. I want to give your final words about this because you know what? Give some final words and we're gonna wrap this up. It's almost like 1 o'clock in the morning here and I'm tired. So
approaching 5 hours.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm hitting a 5, right? Yeah. I got 5 on it. Laurel, he just gave up. He just said, I'm tired. So.
We talking. No, normally it wouldn't go this long. I don't know if it actually should go this long. We kind of break some of these things up into, you know, for part 2s and things of that nature like that.
Right. Well, you know, it's our first time doing it, so
yeah, we need this. It's good to
consolidate a little bit more. But you know what? You came late. You didn't come when it started. So a lot of this, was like a repeat of what we already talked about. So, but listen, give me your final words about everything, and let me know what your thoughts are.
I'll say this. This spiritual tradition, such as a Cheche, Ifá, it has been a blessing to my life. It has helped elevate me. It has took me to a level of understanding of myself that nothing else has. So I promote it as such. It works for me. It may work for you. It may not. Do not demonize it. It is not witchcraft. There's nothing negative. The intentions of us, us as practitioners, we are here for your best benefit. Ask all the questions you before you assume anything. And if you're going to ask, don't come with the premise of you know everything. Don't come with the premise of what you believe is the end all say all. Come with the open mind. Come with the aspect of being, even if this is not your, you don't even want to get into this. You're seeking this on the informational aspect. Come with the openness to be taught. Our tradition is about our tradition is about healing and love, and the love of oneself. Nothing else. Pretty much that's it. I mean, that's all I have to have off the top of my head right now. I wish I was in a better predicament to where I wasn't driving and things like that, just sitting in my vehicle.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So I wanted to say this. This has been a great build. You know, I have been shadow banned because I was talking too much about Trump and Epstein, but I hope that YouTube removes the ban on my content because this is a very good live, and I really, you know, at the end of the day, like, yes, me as a practitioner, me being Olorisha, I find that, you know, we need to come together when it comes down to this. You know, there's so much discord. You know, you have like the Lukumi over here and you have the Isheshi over there, but we all like are really practicing the same thing. No one tradition is better than the other. No one divination system is better than the other. At the end of the day, we are family. So I just want us to continue to work together, and we are going to be doing some more new stuff as time comes up. So please like and subscribe to the channel because we're going to be doing some divination sessions, and I hope that it open people's eyes. This is not like some evil demonic thing. We're not summoning demons. We're not evil. So yeah, you know, I just want to bring that to the table. This is not us summoning demons. This is it's all about numbers. You know, when you actually do the divination, it's numbers. So the number equals the Odu. The Odu is the explanation of what the situation is. We're not contacting spirits. Now, some people might be in tune to spirits and might be able to like expound further into your reading because of their connection with spirit. But in reality, we're not sitting up here like contacting evil spirits. And it's crazy to me to think that people that have no idea of what our faith is and what our like spiritual system is, that they like come up, like they make this assumption, and that's all they know. And no matter what we bring to the table, no matter what we say, they will just say that, listen, this is evil. Eshu is the devil. You guys are devil worshippers and witchcraft practitioners. Witchcraft is a European concept, not African. We need to cut that bullshit out. You want to say something else?
Very much so. We have to remove the Western lens in all aspects of our physical existence and our spiritual existence. It is to our deficit. We have to become ourselves again. We have to pull ourselves out of the state of the program of compromisation. This is how we regain our power back. We have to follow our ancestral traditions because this is how our ancestors fought them. Pretty much. I mean, everybody, you know, we all understand Western culture is it is what it is. This is, I mean, this is where they're getting these eating. They say the Epstein files. People are drinking blood and eating babies and all that. That's all Western culture. When in ancient times, when they came out of the Caucasus Mountains and we first fought them, if they killed us, they ate us.
They have a whole book called The Delectable Negro.
Right. Yeah. Even when they hung us, they ate us. We are the source of power on the planet.
And they actually just came out recently that showed that Epstein was hunting Black people. Like they used to hunt. They were hunting us. Hunting Black people.
Right. We are connected. We are direct. We are the people of sorts. And in ancient times, as they said, if you encountered a god, you kill it, because they want to take on our energy and our presence. We see it now in everything. We're the creators of all aspects of culture. They'll take it on, mimic it, and do it, and incorporate it in their lifestyle, and still hate the origin of it.
I say hello. Right, and still hate us for what? Exactly.
Take back our power. And if you're interested in doing that, we can help you to do so. Period. For those who want to sit on the sideline, it may be in this lifetime when you came, you may be here just to watch.
Yeah.
Sit on the sideline and be guided. For those of us who are chosen and meant to do the work, we're going to do the work. Regardless if you participate or not, we're going to do the work. We're all going to the same place. Everybody's just not going to get there at the same time.
Gosh, well, let me know what. So was that the final word?
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna close with that, and we will expand further as we continue to do this.
Well, this was a beautiful build. I appreciate your time. Much love to those that stayed with us because YouTube is tripping. They are trying to. I don't know. I'd like make a phone call in the morning. What y'all doing? Because I normally have way more. But because I said some things about, our romancer in chief, they don't want to promote my videos, but it's okay. Because I was, I went from having like almost 100,000 to like begging for 5. So I know that this is a thing. So, but it's okay. The ones that were meant to hear it tonight are here. Shouts out to the chat, much love. And oh wait, there was a poll I did for tonight's chat. Let me just read that poll off. Let's see how it came out. At first, all right, listen, we've done our job, okay? At first, people were saying that African spirituality was 50-50 witchcraft, and now it's 60% science, 40% witchcraft. But okay, much love to the people that actually participated in that poll. Much love to the chat. I hope that you guys would like give me some super chat, because I'm working my behind off here, you guys, but it's okay. Peace out, guys. Much love.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,